Good afternoon. It is 12:01 p.m. It is Wednesday, January 28th. This is the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners, Pitkin County, Colorado. We have a full house and a pretty full agenda. We're going to start with additions or deletions, and I'm looking to Ryan Neely, the Pitkin County Attorney, or Kara for additions or deletions.
I'll kick out. There's no additions or deletions to the agenda, but I believe Ray would like to propose a exec following this meeting.
Yeah, just a real quick executive session at the end of the meeting, and I can give the board a citation to that partway through the meeting here.
Excellent.
But just a heads up for the board.
What's the topic, Ray?
It'll be a contract discussion regarding our current lobbyist, which is Cozen.
Excellent.
So we don't need to amend the agenda?
You don't need to amend the agenda, but
go
just
into
letting the
exec at the
board
end of the
know
day.
that,
Okay.
you know, at the end of the meeting, that would be a good path forward.
Public comments unrelated to today's agenda. Closing public comments. Commissioner comments unrelated to today's agenda.
Sure, if I could.
Commissioner Postman.
Yeah, hi. The January 8th RAFTA board meeting, we had a public comment from a woman who'd been in a pretty severe accident with an e-bike on the Rio Grande Trail. She's written letters to us all. Her name is Catherine Brem. And she inspired the RAFTA board to, we're going to put out on our agenda a discussion on RAFTA and what we can do regarding the Rio Grande Trail and other RAFTA properties, I guess, trails for e-bike safety. I know an article was in the Aspen Daily News 2 days ago. I distributed that to all the boards, and they saw it. And so I've got the mayor of Aspen and the mayor of Snowmass and I are all pretty serious that we'd like to start looking at this in hopes of making any changes if necessary and developing protocols for bike safety. It's not just e-bikes, but it's bicycle safety, speed safety, given the increased traffic congestion on our bike trails. That also could include a conversation about, that has been brought up to us, recommendations that we create dedicated bike lanes on frontage roads that could run all the way to Carbondale or perhaps beyond. And so anyway, I just wanted you all to know that that's been a key topic of discussion, and it's going to be on RAFTA's agenda going forward, and I'd like it to be on ours as well. Because as spring approaches, I think we've been forewarned by what we see happening in both our community and elsewhere in the country with, heavyweight bicycle, electric motorcycle accidents is what we could call them. Thanks for that.
Excellent. And adding on, anyone else? Sorry.
No.
Commissioner comments. Patty Clapper.
Yeah, I'll do my usual one-word comment, snow. We need more. So let's keep positive thoughts about that, because not only do we need it for our economy and people who are skiing, but we need it for our watershed this spring, summer, and fall. Thank you.
Thank you. Tagging on Greg's comment, opening on February 23rd to May 23rd, there will be a scoping exercise with the BLM regarding e-bikes, and we will have the Bureau of Land Management on March 10th at our work session on March 10th to discuss e-bikes, specifically e-bikes on the Crown. Any other commissioner comments? We have one item on our consent agenda. It is the minutes of the January 14th regular meeting. Anyone wishing to fill consent items?
I'll move to approve. I'll second.
Nancy, Patty, any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Thank you. So we're moving into individual consideration items. First reading set for public hearing on February 11th. Mr. Walters, you're up. Welcome.
Thank you.
You can't keep thinking it's paradise, not pair of dice or paradise.
Oh, yeah. Let's see.
It's a great name.
Perfect. And then I share my screen.
Yeah, are you on the meeting?
Thank you for the really good packet, Drew, and whoever put it together. It's really good, really helpful to read ahead of
Okay,
time.
thanks.
I agree.
Sorry, let me just join on.
Now
here
we'll
real
continue to fill in the blanks, which is interesting application process and interesting vetting. So again, I think we all enjoyed reading through both ordinances.
Interesting map. I just love the footprint of the property is just kind of, interesting.
For sure, for sure. Okay, well, thank you all. I'm Drew Walters, agriculture specialist with Pickens County Open Space and Trails. So we went through a public lease process this year. We also went through a public lease process 2 years ago for Coke Ovens open space agriculture lease. It's about 19 acres of irrigated pasture in the Redstone area, just behind the Coke Ovens. Through the public bid process, we went to the board, and there was some concern, public comments that came through, and so the board decided to do a 2-year lease with a lessee that was recommended. Part of our agriculture policy is any of the leases that go through an RFP. In the final year, we do an assessment. This kind of gave us 2 years to do an assessment of the leaseholder practices. And most of that information is found in the monitoring report, which is, I think, the attachment 4. So after we do that assessment of these leases, our policy kind of tasks our staff to make a recommendation to either recommend a lease extension or renewal, or to put that lease back out to public bid. And so after assessing this lessee over the past 2 years, as staff, we made the recommendation to kind of continue on with this lessee. And our recommendation is for a 5-year lease term, which is pretty standard for our leases. We presented that recommendation to the Open Space and Trails Board, and then they agreed and recommend it to the Board of County Commissioners. I am happy to, I put a lot of information in here, so I'm happy to review anything specific. I think the main takeaways that we've had over the last couple years are I've seen a major improvement, particularly with the upper pasture area. It's about 10 acres. Hadn't really been very adequately irrigated for who knows how long. And the reason being, I will pull up a map. So if you see this map of the property, this line is the Beeman Ditch. And so this is the irrigation source for the property. We're the only ditch users on it. It's a bit of a beast of a ditch. But the problem with these upper pastures that we've had in the past have been getting irrigation water to them, and then it's such a short run. It's very difficult to manage. One big piece of improvement, and I got to give the leaseholder a lot of credit. It was pretty much 100% on them. They purchased pumps, and they were able to set up points along the Beeman Ditch to be able to pump water and to get water onto this upper pasture. In 2024, they started doing this. 2024, we had a pretty good precipitation year. You could really see the benefits this past year when things were scorched in July. And this aerial imagery was taken in September. The pastures were green in the upper area, which, we would usually be seeing those dry out really quick. So I was very satisfied with that, and it was an initiative that the lessee took on. It improved these pastures over the last couple years. The lower pasture area has been managed similarly, although this last year the leaseholder did start using a bit of overhead irrigation on the lower pasture as well. Water was just really short, and so that made the water kind of spread a little bit more, made the pasture a little bit more productive. You know, obviously doing these types of improvements are helping the leaseholder's ultimate goal of forage production. I will say, just like looking at the investment and the time expenditure, I think that the expense outweighed the benefit, but it was really good to see. Of course, there are some things that we talk with the leaseholder on continuing to work with, or to work on. The main one being, and there have been improvements, but the base camp area, there is just a lot of equipment down there. We would like to see that area just continue to get cleaned up and to improve. It's just, for aesthetics, but then also just to reduce any hazards or anything like that. I think I'm open to answer any questions.
Francie?
I have a couple of questions.
Yeah.
Thank you, Drew. One of them is, I was surprised by the bird fledgling stopping the hay production. Does he cut hay?
Wait, what was that?
Well, there's a whole thing about we may have to stop the cutting of hay because of birds,
Right.
but does he cut hay?
He does not cut hay. We include those into our leases in case there is any sort of change in the future. It's part of our, it's like a species or rare species protection policy, and we include them in all of our leases.
Okay.
Just in case of the event that management changes, we want to make sure we have that protection in writing and in the lease.
And would it affect the ability of the horses to graze in a certain area as well? Would it limit grazing if that bird happened to be there?
We usually take advice from the pros with that.
Okay.
That's where we would consult with. Typically, it's like Audubon, but just also just other professionals in the area on what the impacts are of grazing. It kind of depends on the type of bird species. We've run into it on one of our leases in the past, which was a hayed lease. And haying is one agricultural use that's really well documented with a lot of those ground nesting birds.
Yeah, okay.
So we've learned a lot about that one species of bird.
Okay, and then my other question is, does Josh
Josh, yes.
also use this property as the base for his hunting outfitting business?
Yes, he does.
I thought that it said that hunting is not a part of the lease.
So there is no hunting on the property. He has his horses. He has leases up in the high country.
Yeah.
And so the horses, you can see on the map, there's quite a few horse trailers. So they truck horses up and they set up base camp for hunters. That's
Okay,
typically
because
how
the
it's
way it
default.
read, I thought that the actual lease, agricultural and outfitting lease was only for trail rides and not for hunting.
So the horses are used to pack in for the outfitting operation.
So it is a hunting outfitting business that's,
It is, yeah. Yeah, so he does horseback rides in the summer months and in the fall a bit, but his main business in the fall is outfitting.
I thought that wasn't the case.
Greg?
Yeah, thanks. You were mentioning that obviously the cost of upgrading and maintaining the pastures is greater than the benefit he's receiving from it. But I'd love to see or get an idea of, how is he doing? If the outfitting and the hunting guiding business is good enough that it makes it worth his while, because it sounds like we've got a pretty good guy here. And I want to make sure that our program isn't, isn't so expensive for him that it doesn't pencil out at some point, and then we'd have to find someone else. I'd prefer not to have to keep looking if we have something that doesn't pencil out. So, can you give us a sense of the economics of how this works, and you
Sure.
know, do we need to incentivize him, or are we incentivizing him enough to keep up the good work he's doing with the pastures?
Thanks. It's a good question. It's a tight budget. I think he does. I don't really get too involved with lessees' financials, since they are kind of independent businesses. I think it's tough to make it no matter what you're doing. And I think he's making enough to add these improvements on his own, on his own will, because he wants to do that. We really, I hope we didn't pressure him into doing any of that. It was just kind of one thing that he said he wants to do, and was able to. I think he acquired like 3 pumps and a lot of hose in order to do it. He has mentioned in the past, like if he moves on to a different business, he can always sell those and things like that. Big incentive for our program and why it can be quite competitive, we'll kind of see that as we go into the RFP we just had this year, is the low lease rate that we have. Right. That's a big incentive for folks. And in return, we do, expect for a little bit higher standard than you might get in a private lease.
Right. So it sounds like it's pretty well balanced, and he's incentivized to put on the best foot forward. And also, this is his calling card. If the place looks beautiful and people are riding horses up through it, it can only benefit him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thanks for that. It's good to hear about it.
Kelly for Drew, and then Patty.
Just clear, he was the only respondee to the RFP?
This is the renewal.
No, for this particular lease, we had, I believe it was 4 proposals. 3 of them were for horses, and one of them, it was a flower and sheep wool
From before.
from before. This was 2 years
This is the
ago.
renewal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so this didn't have to go out to the open public?
If we go through an RFP process, our policy kind of allows staff to make a recommendation on whether to extend that lease. Really the main reason for that is to promote land tenure for folks, and also property investment for folks that are putting kind of like their business on one of these leased areas, so they don't have to worry about every 5 years having to put together a bid and potentially losing that, even if they are doing a good job on the property.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
Patty, and then Greg.
So, I know last time we did the 2-year just to see if the improvements came about.
Right.
And keeping in mind what you just said about the 10-year, you don't want to put a lot of investment in if you only know you're going to have the lease for 2 years.
Right.
So is there any reason why we would not want to, say, do a 3 or a 4-year, maybe a 3-year lease, just to make sure these improvements continue? I saw that Open Space and Trails Board supported a 5-year, but, just because we had such big issues coming into this particular lease, but it looks like he's doing well, but do we want to check in at some point in the next 5 years, or you think we're good to go?
I mean, this is my personal opinion. I am comfortable with a 5-year lease. I do see, I kind of look at this property in, I can't think of a better way to put it, but the trajectory is going in the right direction. And I like to see that a lot. And so I feel comfortable. I've been to that property a lot over the last 2 years, talked to Josh a lot about kind of these stewardship goals, and he is doing a good job. I think the 3-year option, that is something that is ultimately your all's decision.
Well, I'm comfortable with your personal opinion. But the thing is, and I know, and correct me if I'm wrong, Rye, that if something came up in 2 years, we could bring it back if there was something significant.
If there's a potential violation of the terms of the lease, it would come back to initially staff who would consult with the attorney's office, and to the extent that there was a need to further enforce the provisions of the lease, then I would bring that to the Board of County Commissioners and get some direction on you all as to what to do. As far as just an outright consideration of the lease, that would be likely not allowed unless there is some material breach of the lease.
I'm talking more about something that was pretty blatant.
Got it.
So that gives me a level of comfort if something was to come up that we've tried to address in the 2-year lease and it came back again, we would have an opportunity to maybe address it. Okay, thank you.
Greg?
Yeah, great. Just wanted to follow up. I know it's boilerplate in the lease about the bird. If a bird species happened to be living out there, they'd be cognizant of that. I did want to suggest that there is a wetland on the property. There are a lot of trees. I'm wondering if this is bird habitat, that maybe he could pick up some extra income if he opened it to local birders. Like, birding's becoming more popular all the time. And it just occurred to me that this may be something he could offer as an added benefit and an incentive to keep building that habitat. Just a thought. But also I wanted to say, if there are birds there, what are they?
It is a good question.
If there were birds there, what would they be, right?
We actually went through this, well, not necessarily through that exactly, but a couple years ago, we did some hazard tree removal on the property. And the way there were dead trees, but they were encroaching on like power lines and some of the structures. And so we topped them. Liza knows a lot more about this than I do, but we topped them to make them suitable bird habitat, and then it reduced the hazard. I don't know the species that are out there, but we'll find out.
So further questions for Drew regarding paradise?
Not about birds. So in the paragraph 11, it's not really a paragraph, sentence 11, whatever, of the lease, it does say offer public non-hunting horseback riding services. So I'm just saying that if you're outfitting them there to go up and go hunting, that is a hunting operation. So I'm just, maybe the language needs to be changed or something, but, because when I read it, it just read to me like
Gotcha.
there shouldn't be hunting outfitting out of this particular property.
That makes sense. We can certainly make those edits in the lease language.
I mean, I would rather there wasn't, but it's okay. I understand that might be part of the deal, but
So am I hearing we're bringing back edits for the second read?
I believe that's what I'm hearing.
Thank you.
I mean, what do you think about that sentence, Rye? Do you think that that sentence means that they shouldn't be gearing up to go hunting on the property? Or,
I at least understand the intent of the sentence to be that they can offer they can offer horseback riding on the property that is not associated with like outfitting, meaning they couldn't ride hunters out of the property on horseback to access their allotment in the national forest. But to the extent we need to clarify the intent of the language, we can certainly do that. I think it's clearly critical and a component of why the lessee wants the property is to be able to stall horses here that are utilized as part of its outfitting business. I assume the horses aren't here and mostly in the field during hunting season, but you know, over the summertime, it's crucial that they're here. In the winter, I assume he keeps the horse. Well, I don't know. Does he
think
keep
they
the
go to
horses there in the winter
they
too?
go to Arizona, don't they?
Horses are off property. It was actually part of the management plan that property, we don't want activity in the wintertime because it's a, winter grazing habitat.
But I'll work with Drew between now and second reading to make sure it's clear.
Well, do you want me to make a motion to move it to second reading?
I'm gonna,
Yes, we got Patty and Greg.
I'm gonna comment. I think it's, to me,
Then yes.
it's different. It's totally different. You're not hunting on the property. You're gearing up to leave the property, and it's an access point to the public lands above where I think they have the right to hunt above that in the high country. So to me, it's very different whether you, I mean, you're gearing up, but you're not hunting on the property. Even though you're gearing up to leave the property to hunt, I think it's very different, and I'm comfortable with them being allowed to gear up to hunt, to access their permitted hunting in the high country. Gotta gear up somewhere.
Greg, final round?
I agree with Patty's sentiment. It's like, if they have to keep the horses there, but then put them in a truck and drive them a mile off the property to get them back on the trail to begin their guiding program for hunting, it doesn't make sense. If it would make sense to stage out of there, that's a policy conversation that probably Open Space Board needs to have first, and then us, on whether or not we think that's appropriate. But my inclination would be, as long as they're not firing weapons there, they're not sighting in rifles or doing any hunting, and they're heading up into the high country, miles up into the back country to hunt, as is their right, I'm not sure I see a problem with that. And so I wouldn't want to restrict that, but I also I think we need to get more background and understand where the board's coming from for that policy to begin with.
Can I clarify my
Please.
question? Yeah, I'm not trying to stop him from being a hunting outfitter. I just think this language is ambiguous and.
Right, I agree with you, yeah.
okay.
I
So
agree.
you wanna clarify that you can stage on the property, you just
I
cannot
think you should
hunt.
just mention that
Sure.
it's a headquarters for his hunting outfitting process.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's not hunting on the property.
So I'm ready for a motion. I'm not hearing any changes to the ordinance. I'm hearing changes to the lease, potentially at second reading, or
I'll make the
clarification.
motion to move this to second reading, which would be on February 11th. Ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners authorizing an agricultural outfitting lease of the co-governed space for agricultural lease between the Board of County Commissioners and the Paradise Outfitters, Inc.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Patty, thank you. Any further discussion? Excellent. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Drew Walters.
Thank you all.
Thanks, Drew.
Drew.
And again, thanks for
Nope.
the information you sent me.
He's on deck.
I got one
Roaring
more.
Mill. Roaring Fork Mill.
Okay, so so we did have an RFP this year for Wheatley Open Space.
Do you mind pulling the map up?
No, not at all.
That's the best place to start. Thank you.
Lots over soap.
I love these, when you tour the county.
This is better than a drone.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so this is Wheatley Open Space agricultural lease. It's a visible property. We've all seen it from the highway. It's an interesting leased area because we have, we have high public visibility via the highway, Lower River Road, and then also we have the Rio Grande Trail cut right through the property. Historically, I believe it was 5 or 6 years ago that was the last time the property was cultivated with potatoes.
Right.
Since then, this sort of upper area here is pure alfalfa stand. And these lower pastures, I mean, you can see this was, I think this imagery was later in the summer, but it's scorched. These are grass and they're patchy. So the property needs work. We do have, this was 2 or 3 years ago, we did install a irrigation improvement. So we do have a big gun irrigation on the property. I think we had about 24-ish acres, I believe, of irrigated on the property. So we put that out for bid in the fall of 2025. I kind of mentioned in here the previous lessee, that lease was terminated in early 2025, and it was due to a breach of lease terms. The breach of lease terms wasn't necessarily like anything severe. It was, we had in the lease particularly that we wanted to make sure that if there's a land manager change within the company that applied for that lease, then we would have the ability to sever that lease and go back to RFP, since the land manager that worked for the company was the one who applied for it. So, we didn't want to see a big shift. The land manager did change, and so we decided to sever the lease and put it back out to bid.
Did they bid again?
They did, yeah. Yeah, they bid again. The public bid process occurred from September 29th to October 27th. We had 4 members on the selection committee. Paul Holsinger, Alexis Debulowitz, both of which are colleagues at Open Space and Trails, and Jonathan Rose with Aspen Valley Land Trust, the Natural Resource Director. The reason, kind of part of our policy, is we have a selection committee that's made up of 3 OST staff and 1 outside entity that's connected to the property. Aspen Valley Land Trust holds conservation easement on that property, so it's very helpful to have them involved in this to see what is and isn't doable in terms of what the lessee's proposals are. We also conducted interviews following the deadline, so proposals were submitted. We conducted interviews on November 7th with all 4 of the applicants. Each one lasted about 30 to 45 minutes. So the applicants got to meet the selection committee. We got to ask questions about the proposals and get a little bit of clarity. I will say that this particular RFP was quite competitive. We had a lot of discussion. When I say competitive, I mean that I think that really any one of these land managers could have been a good lease candidate for our program. So ultimately, and I'm going to assume that you've read through this because it is quite a bit of information. Ultimately, we made the decision to recommend the Roaring Fork Mill. That was based on the scoring criteria that was kind of outlined, or that was outlined in the RFP as well as our policy. The Roaring Fork Mill, they are already an operational business in the valley. However, their main business is milling flour for restaurants, and then they also sell at markets and online to individuals. So their goal is to have more locally produced flour that they can sell to these different markets. They have our biggest concern with this operator was the experience they had as a producer and the expertise they had on cultivating grains. That was something that we elaborated on quite a bit in the interview process. They have a network of grain growers that have offered help. They have access to equipment that will not be stored on the site. And then they also have post-harvest processing at their current operation, their current mill, which is in the valley. And so we also found the compatibility very suitable for Wheatley open space. There's no fencing requirements. There's a lot of forage availability for grazing animals. They cut to keep stubble and land cover. They kind of their crop rotation is they include cover crops. So it looked like a good plan. One other thing that I think we all liked is their production plan is a slow rolling production plan. So they're not going to completely change the landscape of Wheatley open space in year 1. they're planning on phasing it over a 5-year period to get into production. So they'll understand a little bit more about the property. Just a little background about Wheatley. It is pretty poor soil conditions, rocky, not the best soil out of our leased areas. So we liked this approach since we felt like it had the most ability to succeed. They're also able to continue to operate their business by purchasing grain that's grown on other properties in the meantime while they kind of ramp this up. We have notes in here. I included notes on each of the, or like basically the selection committee comments on each of the proposals and applicants. There were good proposals. It was a really competitive bid process for sure. And it wasn't necessarily the easiest decision arriving at this, but we do feel like this land use and the applicants are the most likely to be successful, as well as be able to take care of that property and sort of turn it around a little bit. So our selection committee recommendation was to lease Wheatley Open Space Agriculture, lease to the Roaring Fork Mill for a period of 5 years at a lease rate of $475 per year. We presented this to the Open Space and Trails Board, and they agreed and recommended that to you all.
Excellent. Thank you, Drew. I've got Greg and then Francie, and then Kelly.
Just quickly regarding what success looks like, they could try something new every year for the 5 years and fail at growing a crop that they can turn into flour, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're not successful. But the success indicator is management of the property, right?
Yes.
So if they're not fenced and the deer come down and just gorge on their wheat, that's not a problem for us or for them, apparently.
We asked
least they're
them
prepared for that.
specifically about that. About grazing animals, and they were not worried about it. They actually do grow some grain just down the road at Lazy Glen Open Space. So they have experience in that, a half-mile down the road with an unfenced area, that type of thing. And they said that was not an issue.
Interesting. Great.
At least for their operation. Yeah, and to your point, Greg, it's a good question. Our goal here is to, we look at this map. I can see on the map a lot of problem areas. We want to resolve those. Like that's the main goal that we have, is to start building up a little bit of soil on that property that is very rocky, that has a lot of soil exposure, has noxious weed issues. It's a tall order, so we don't expect that to happen in 1 year. So we did like that sort of ramp up that they had and minimal disturbance method that they had for cultivation.
Great. Thanks.
Francie.
I love this. I think it's really great. It's really innovative, and grains are a really good approach to weed management. I do have a wonder, since they're growing grains, are they going to stop irrigating from like mid-July till planting? I don't know that they're going to plant winter wheat and plant in the fall, but so there'll be a time where they won't be irrigating?
There will be when they harvest. They do plan on doing 2 plantings, so they will have a winter cover.
Spring and a winter, or fall. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's really a great proposal. I really like it. And now the last time you brought Wheatley to us, I don't know, it was a year ago or 2 years ago or whatever, you talked a lot about how difficult some of that is to irrigate because
Yes.
The topography is just not agreeable to it. And so are they going to be working on that, or are they going to use dryland weed on that, or do we know what?
Really, a lot of that topography difficulty, I believe it's going to be a lot easier to resolve, because last time we had Wheatley, we did not have an irrigation system out there. It was primarily flood. Yeah. And there was a side roll that had been used in the past, but after talking with the leaseholder who operated it, was a total pain. So this system has worked all right. And I think with having stewards that are out on the property consistently,
Yeah,
they'll be able to manage that well.
that's great.
Kelly?
So it's getting covered now by the new system.
It is one thing we might look into, and we have the ability to do is operate 2 guns, or 2 big guns at once, so.
Okay, great, thanks, Drew.
What other type of grains do they propose?
They are mainly looking at these like high elevation bread grains. They're pretty much their main business, selling like a bread flour.
Like amaranth or?
I don't know if they're heritage grains. I
Yeah, that
don't
would be amaranth.
I don't know the specific names of them.
Okay, cool,
It might be, yeah.
Okay.
that's cool.
And then were there any protests to this selection?
We
Because there's a protest period, I forgot when it kicks in. I just wondered.
We did have a letter come in to Open Space and Trails that, knew one of the other applicants and said that the other applicant was really good and they thought the other applicant should get it.
But no one formally protested, I think it goes to the county manager on the selection.
No, not that, at least nothing that I've heard of.
Okay, thanks.
Patty?
So, you don't have to give me the exact location. Where's there a mill, a flour mill?
Their flour mill is up on Missouri Heights.
Okay, because I was driving down Valley with
Yeah.
sitting here going, where have I seen a flour mill? Because when we approved the the old lumberyard in Holland Hills, he was gonna buy local grains and there wasn't any opportunity for that. So, I don't know if you can't use, I don't know what the difference is between using grains for vodka and grains for bread. It might make good bread, I don't know, but
That's a good question.
interesting, because maybe that's another thing, but I agree with Francie, this is a great application, it's something, I didn't know they had one at Lazy Glen, that's cool to know that, but I'm really gonna miss the potatoes when they were in bloom. They were incredible on that property when they bloomed, and at first I had no idea what they were, those purple flowers all over that field. It is difficult property, the deer love it there. They're always out there in that field, but it's tough. It's rocky. It's sloped. It's very uneven. It crosses the road, the bike path, I should say. And so good luck to them. And is there a protest to our approval or just to Open Space and Trails approval?
So there's a formal process whereby one of the individuals or entities that submits a proposal for the space has the ability to pursue a remedy in the event that that individual or entity is not awarded the space. We have a hearing officer process that is set up. I think there's an initial review by the county manager, and then should it be necessary, there is a process to a hearing officer to determine that particular.
So does the process kick in for both when Open Space and Trails moves it forward and when we do, if we move this
Oh,
forward?
I'm
to the-
sorry.
No,
It's
I know
timed off, I misunderstood your question.
Well, I
It's
kinda
timed
both.
off the selection by the selection committee,
Okay,
not by the approval of
Okay.
the lease.
thank you.
Yeah.
But it's nice to know how that process
No,
works,
we would
so the
want that,
public knows.
we would want that particular process to have been played out before there's a lease in front of you all to approve.
Okay.
Or not approve.
And I know we've had some controversy some years ago
Sure.
in the whole process, so just to clarify. Thank you, Ray.
Yep.
Andrew, thank you.
Further questions?
Just a comment, I'd make a motion. I'd make a motion to approve this and with the comment that I know it was a Woody Creek Distillery, I think, had the lease and was growing the potatoes, and it was really beautiful. And I noticed the shape of the irrigated area is almost the shape of a vodka bottle. I don't know what that, maybe it's just me.
It's the new Absolute ad.
Exactly, no, it does look like
Absolute
it.
Aspen.
And the other point I
going
was
for
gonna
Grey
make
Goose,
is that,
but-
despite a community full of wheat and tolerant people, we're going forward with this.
Too good.
With Wheatley and Wheatley.
It should be wheat, yeah, on Wheatley. That was a motion.
I'll second your motion.
First by Greg, second by Patty. Any further questions? For Drew, the one question is, what's the name of the trailhead in the northwest corner of this lot? Or is it just a bushwhack?
I gotta be honest, I have no idea.
It's beautiful.
It's out of my scope of
There's a
work.
ditch that runs along that northwest corner, and it's beautiful. But it might be a bushwhack, so if anyone's
So
exploring
don't
it,
talk about it in
it's a
public.
cool spot to bushwhack. I have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Hi.
Excellent. Unanimous.
I love the picture of the train picking up the potatoes. That is
I
such a
know.
great picture.
Pretty
Great,
cool.
thanks for your time.
Colorado
thank you
used
all.
to grow more potatoes than they did in Idaho.
I know.
Including where I live. That whole mesa was potatoes.
Oh, yeah.
So from wheat and scrawny horses, we're moving on to water.
Which you need for wheat and
Skinny horses, sorry, Drew, not scrawny.
And Marie, on deck.
Good to see you in person.
You as well. Thanks for having me up.
Yeah. This is the most exciting thing we're gonna talk about today.
I thought
I agree.
we knowing was pretty exciting.
All right, so thank you. Just to formally introduce, I have Adam Jokerst here with me with Westwater Research, who was instrumental in alerting us to the opportunity related to the purchase of Twin Lake shares and putting the deal together. And so he's available if you have any questions regarding valuations or any details, really. So to recap, what's before you is a contract for the purchase of 60 shares in the Twin Lakes Reservoir and Canal Company and 34 shares in the Fountain Mutual Irrigation Company. Both of these are based over on the eastern slope. This fall, through Adam, we became aware that some Twin Lakes shares were coming on the market. And so we've been negotiating with the sellers of those shares for the past several months and came to final terms earlier this month. Approximately 95% of the Twin Lakes shares are owned by municipalities on the eastern slope, and they are looking to purchase those shares whenever they become available. It's obviously with the way water is, anything you can get, you jump on. And because of that, we approached the seller before the shares hit the open market. The terms that we've negotiated are a purchase price of $6.5 million for the combined shares. That's the Twin Lakes and the Fountain Mutual shares. There was also a 5% commission, and in the budget resolution that's going to come up next, we also included a little buffer for some closing costs. Castle Creek Concrete Company is the seller of the Twin Lakes shares, and their corporate parent, Riverbend Industries, owns the Fountain Mutual shares. So they'll all be coming together with us at the same closing. We're looking to close at the end, or at the beginning of April. The Twin Lakes shares are currently part of a substitute water supply plan, and so they're tied up until the end of March, and so we have to wait until the end of March before we can close, but then we'll do so right afterwards. The shares are currently used in a gravel pit operation over near Florence, and that's the Twin Lakes shares are used for augmentation, and the Fountain Mutual shares are for washing gravel. That company is closing up operations at that gravel pit, and so that's how these have become available. We anticipate the Twin Lakes shares will yield about 45, the numbers vary, but about 45 acre feet per year. As you know, the water for the Twin Lakes shares, Twin Lakes water, actually originates at the headwaters of the Roaring Fork, and it's pumped through Independence Pass over to Twin Lakes. Under those shares or those water rights, they have a 1930 priority date. The company, the Twin Lakes Reservoir Company, did a change case back in the 1970s, 75, 76, which allows some of these shares to be used, or the water to be used on the Division 5 on the western slope. And so those are what we are going to be doing. The decree in that change case specifies certain diversion points down on the Colorado where the water can be diverted. Our intention is that with the water that we will be purchasing. It's going to be held in Grizzly Reservoir, released from Grizzly, and then ferried down to a water user on the Colorado River. That'll be in accordance with the decree, but it has the added benefit of, as it's moving down, we're putting water in the river. But by having an end user, we're also protecting that. I mean, ensuring it stays in the river until the Quebec area. As I mentioned, the releases will come, according to the decree, they're going to come directly out of Grizzly Reservoir. So we will be coordinating with the Twin Lakes company on those operations. I did speak with their attorney yesterday just to touch base about this. They sound very cooperative about the whole thing. They suggested we get together after closing and, sometime in April to hash out the details of how this will work and just the logistics of it all. Let's see my other notes. And then the other part is, again, the Fountain Mutual Irrigation Company shares. Those are also based on the eastern slope. They are not decreed for use over here on the western slope. So we are exploring other options for what to do with those shares. We had to buy them as part of the full package in order to purchase these rights. But we are exploring whether we can resell them or, if there's some trades that could be available, and we'll be working on that. The news has spread that this is happening, so that the people on the eastern slope are aware. I've had some comments regarding that. The contract does provide a due diligence period once we go under contract to continue looking, inspecting the water rights. We've already done a lot of that work and haven't come up with any problems at that point. But should something come up, we can get out of the contract if there's something that can't be resolved or that makes it not the deal we expect. Finally, the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board was informed of this, and we discussed it, and they have voted in favor of recommending this purchase as well. As for the financing of this, the funds will be coming ultimately out of the Healthy Rivers and Streams Fund. Due to the timing, the money will initially come out of our general fund, and then before the end of the year, that money will be reimbursed with assets that are currently in the current and future revenue in the Healthy Rivers Fund, as well as some bonding. They have some bonding authority that we will be using as well. We will be bringing a reimbursement resolution at the next hearing, and because our finance director is traveling today, I would recommend pushing any specific questions about the bonding process to the second hearing, if it works for everybody there. And I think that's my summary. If you have any questions.
Questions for Anne Marie? I've got Greg first, and then Francie, or Adam, or Lisa, or Connie.
We have everybody.
Lots of questions. The two things I wanted to ask about, just dig a little deeper, is on the fountain shares. What's the likelihood that those are fungible to somebody who can use them? Because we can't, as I understand. And then the other one is, I see there's a right of first refusal on this, and how does it look with the party that holds that right?
Yeah,
I could answer that.
One.
Yeah. The Fountain Mutual shares are in high demand on the Front Range. They're used by a number of water providers around Colorado Springs. They could be sold very quickly if need be. But I think the preference would be to trade those for additional Twin Lake shares to further improve the river. And then if you want to answer the right of first refusal.
Yeah, so there was a right of first refusal. The seller provided notice to the holder of that. They did show initial interest in it, but then they did not, the time period passed. They did not exercise
the deadline
their
passed,
right.
so
Yeah.
we don't have to worry about them at this point.
No, that's
Okay.
that's been satisfied.
The last thing, if I could put it, is it may sound a little sketchy that we're buying shares in water that's on the other side of the range, but it is decreed to be used in Division 5. I want to make sure the public understands this. This is water that we do have the right to buy and flow west. And I think that's the important thing. It's not Water is kind of an interesting, and complicated thing. The plumbing is really complicated, but the message is we do have the right. There's nothing untoward about doing this. And at first glance, it might appear that way to somebody living over there, wonders why they're selling off water to come back this way.
Right, yeah, that was specifically addressed in 1975 in that decree, and where the court, I think it was 570,000 acre feet that could be used in Division 5, and they specified the points of diversion, and the manner of releases, so it's all been addressed.
I think it's important we claw some of that back. Thank you.
Francie?
Yeah, this is really exciting to me. I mean, I don't know if everybody realizes that it started on that tour when we were in the Upper Basin, and I was standing with Brendan talking with the Twin Lakes guys and saying, well, do you ever sell shares? Are there any shares for sale? How many shares are there? What's the price? How many acre feet per share? It was just sort of just a conversation. And then as Brendan and I walked away, we started thinking, well, maybe we should pursue this. So that we've gotten here is incredibly exciting. I mean, for me, it's just like amazing that we're bringing back water. And to me, I would say the question is, how did it ever end up over in the Front Range in the first place? So thank you so much. Your name is Jack?
Adam.
For finding those shares for us. I hope you find a good trade for the Fountain shares as well. That would be really great.
We do
Or
too.
somebody finds it, I don't know, but thank you for that.
Kelly?
Yeah, I'll just build on that a little bit because I think this is a program that doesn't get a lot of light shined on it, and yet the importance of it to the public is huge, and also acknowledging that our Healthy Rivers and Streams program is voter supported and taxpayer funded, and they do a lot, and I think have become highly professionalized over the years. We have not until very recently had engaged a water broker to help identify how we best keep our rivers healthy, and you have already far earned whatever fee we've paid you by finding and helping us close this deal, which is going to have real benefit in the Roaring Fork River at times of the year where we need it to, and when there's high water shortage and people start calling us worried about the health of the river. And so, I just want the public to know that the Healthy Rivers program that you have supported over time has really been instrumental in getting us to this point by having the resources to bring on consultants, professional staff, attorneys that are dedicated on it, our dedicated staff to bring this to fruition. So I'm excited to approve this today and in a couple weeks.
Excellent. Patty?
Yeah, this is something we've been hoping to do for the 24 years I've been sitting here, to try and keep water and bring water back over here into our watershed. So it's very exciting, as the rest of the board has said, that we're here. And for me, it's the purchase goes beyond the Roaring Fork watershed. It goes beyond communities. For me, this purchase goes for generations to come. So I want to thank you for allowing us to do that for future generations, for the health of the river. After the newspaper article, I received a phone call from a water river user who was ecstatic about actually being able to get their feet wet, and they're in the water that's going to be coming our way at a time when we need it the most. So again, it's huge for the Roaring Fork watershed, it's huge for communities, but it really is important to my children, my grandchildren, and future generations to come. So thank you all for this hard work you have all put in, and bring us more. We'll
Okay.
take it. And we do have the ability to fund it through and I think, are we still the only ones in the state that have and Rachel Richards was really instrumental in getting the ability through the state legislature for us to go out. It says sales tax, very small amount to generate revenue. We've been trying to get other communities to do the same thing. We brag about it whenever we have the opportunity that we have a Healthy Rivers and Streams Fund, and people are like, you do what with it? And we explain it, and they're in awe. So again, thank you. Huge.
Any budget questions for Connie? Are we ready for a motion?
No, I did have one question,
please.
if you don't mind. So, You did mention that some of the money is gonna come directly out of Healthy Rivers. Maybe it's a Lisa question, maybe it's a Connie question. I thought it was all gonna be bonded eventually and we were gonna get paid back. by
It will,
that.
and the bond will be paid through the Healthy Rivers and Streams Fund. So it is a Healthy Rivers and Streams expense. For cash flow purposes, we'll need roughly 4 million from the general fund, just as a bridge with the timing of when the purchase is made and then when we're able to issue the bonds.
And will the bonding money all come in one big chunk? Or will it be spread out?
I believe it will come in one chunk to cover this, but there may be some other options available, whether it covers only this or allows extra capacity beyond
Oh,
this purchase. I'll leave that for Liz and future bonding discussions.
okay.
But it
Thank you,
will, if nothing else, be enough to cover this purchase.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. Further questions?
I'd love to make a motion.
It's all yours.
I would like to make a motion approving an ordinance authorizing the acquisition of shares in the Twin Lakes Reservoir and Canal Company and Fountain Mutual Irrigation Company.
I'll second.
Excellent, thank you. Francie, third,
And
by
set for
Greg.
public hearing and second reading on February the 11th.
I
Excellent.
second that too.
First and a second. Any further discussion or debate? Adam, thank you for joining us as well, and thanks
Thank you,
for all
Brad.
your work on this.
Hopefully
Don't
see
go
you soon.
anywhere.
Keep it up.
Likewise.
And
Uh,
and then we
all-
also have the
All
resolution.
those in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Hi.
Thank you, it's unanimous. And then I think we're moving on to a resolution as well with the supplemental.
That's correct, yes, the resolution related to this purchase. I think it's included in your packet.
Number five.
It's 6,835,000 in the Healthy Rivers and Streams Fund, and then we will come to you first quarter with an additional supplemental request, just that's related to either first or second quarter, related to the debt service itself and setting up the different entries and transfers that we need for that.
Excellent. Questions for Connie or team regarding budget and allocation for 2026 in terms of funding for the water rights acquisition?
I'd make the motion to approve.
I'll second.
Excellent. Greg
I'll
and
make a
Francie.
Y'all
comment.
get to make a motion.
And a comment from Patty, please.
It's worth every penny.
And this is also first reading, so it'll be heard on February 11th.
Excellent. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
We're
Thanks for being
unanimous.
here.
Not making any more of it.
I need to go.
I got one more.
Okay.
As McPherson says, water is
Let's get through Anne Marie,
Thank
and then
you.
you want to take a break? We can take a break.
I'm next up.
We don't have to all take a break.
Okay.
You're getting some FaceTime.
But we've got Anne Marie and then $1 million that you already know about the
Kara cares.
need for good.
Yeah, okay, I'll wait till
Yeah.
Mary's. Okay, thanks.
Welcome back.
Thank you. It's been a minute.
Yeah. That's very, very NPR of you.
Yes, thank you. All right, so this next item on the agenda is a lease for a guest services booth out at the Picken County Airport. ACRA, the Aspen Chamber Resort Association, has been operating that booth for several years. The prior lease and guest services agreement expired at the end of 2023, but due to changes or events that were happening both at the airport and the attorney's office, a replacement lease was not finalized or executed. So we are doing that now. However, despite the fact that there wasn't, that the prior lease expired, the parties have been acting as if it's still in effect. ACRA has been paying the lease, they've been providing guest services, everything has been continuing as if a lease was in effect. This lease has an effective date of January 1, 2024, kind of as a catch-up, just to make sure everything matches up. It is now a one-year lease that renews every year, just so that we don't run into this problem in the future. The lease incorporates the substance of the prior leases with the updates on rents, but we've cleaned it up a little bit just to make it easier to follow. The essentials of the lease is for 136 feet of guest services booth in the terminal at the airport. The rent is based on the airport's annual fees and charges that are published each year. The rent for 2026 will be $17,964. The lease does recognize that there will be changes in the future with the work going on at the airport, with the runway the closure of the airport and terminal reconstruction, and so that the space might move, it might change sizes, and that the parties will be working in good faith to address those changes as they occur. We can't, since we don't know exactly what will be happening and when, we can't specify it at this point. The lease is tied to a guest services agreement whereby ACRA staffs the booth and provides a lot of guest services out there. And the two of them go hand in hand. So if Diane just joined us.
Hi, Diane.
So that if either agreement, the lease or the agreement is terminated, the other automatically terminates with it. So this is a first reading. There might be some small cleanup changes between now and the second reading on February 11th, but it's a pretty simple lease. I don't know if Diane has anything more she needs to add, but.
Patty?
I just want to clarify, I do sit on the Chamber Board of Directors. We have not discussed this as a board, so I have no problem in supporting it today. I think the 136 feet is well utilized. If you're ever out there in the baggage pickup area, you see what they do for this community, for people who are just passing through with no problems, people stuck, people with lots of problems, people just wanting information about our community, and the hosts that are out there are very knowledgeable and very patient, because you never know what's going to come through the door on either side of the airport. But so it's really nice to have them where people can touch base before they head into town. So the service they provide is greatly appreciated.
Further questions regarding the ACRA lease at the airport?
I'll make a motion to approve
Patty?
an ordinance authorizing guest services terminal space lease at the Aspen-Pickens County Airport between the Board of County Commissioners and the Aspen Chamber Resort Association, Inc. And there's representatives here from APCHA, I don't know, ACRA.
I can
Do
second
that
it.
all the time. I think she's probably good.
Do you want to approach? You're welcome to join us.
This is
You
Second.
take
Jennifer
the shy
Albright.
side. The folks that want to be on camera on the left and the shy is on the right.
From our perspective.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Albright Carney, and I'm with the Aspen Chamber Resort Association, and just want to say thank you for the opportunity and the continued partnership, and we look forward to continuing in the future. So happy to answer any questions as well.
Thank you. I'd echo Commissioner Clapper's comments that it's truly welcoming. Love seeing the cowboy hats when you get off the plane, and knowledgeable folks, and so really appreciate your pole position as you come into baggage claim. So thank you for being there and staffing it.
It's a great organization.
I have a first. I need a second.
I second it. Yeah.
Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Thanks, Jennifer.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Jennifer.
Anne-Marie.
Thank you.
And we've been neighbors for years, and I think this is the first time
Nice.
we've
I know.
seen Tim all the time. Yeah, cheers.
I've known her
Cheers.
since before children and
I
marriage.
know. And both of our kids were with.
So,
Yeah, the kids were with my daughter in childcare.
All right.
thank you,
Thanks.
Jennifer. Thank you, Anne Marie. We're going to keep rolling.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good job, Jeffrey.
This is us.
We're not talking water, we're talking housing.
I mean, that was a pretty exciting water conversation.
I know, I could see
gotta
it.
say.
Fun to see that, isn't it?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Anyone else joining you? Just two?
Just
Okay.
us.
Okay,
And we cleared the room, I guess.
thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Ashley Pearl, Resiliency and Housing Director for Pickens County, and I'm joined by April Long, Executive Director of the West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition.
Congratulations.
You have in front of you the first reading of a grant agreement with West Mountain, specifically for the county to fund the Good Deeds program. April has a presentation about the Good Deeds program and can kind of tell you where it's been and where it's going and where the money would go. Do you have the ability to share slides?
I do not have slides
You don't have slides, great.
Yeah, I'm just going to speak
Great,
about
great.
it.
Slideshow?
I didn't bring a slideshow. My apologies.
She'll get to
We can talk through it.
these amazing words that she'll talk through. I just wanted to ground the board in a little bit of the budget impact. These funds would come out of the mill levy, the housing mill levy it's called the Affordable and Workforce Housing Mill Levy that we passed in 2024. 2025 was the first year of collections. And the board did budget $1 million for the Good Deeds program in the 2026 budget for this. So the grant agreement is just the document that outlines what West Mountain is going to do in exchange for the funds. It has some reporting requirements and other things like that. This is one of the very few things that was named specifically in the 2026 property tax budget. There is still approximately $3.5 million for 2026 that's budgeted towards a more generic line item for the board to consider at a later date on a more strategic mindset of what other partnerships you'd like to fund. But this one was, April came in 2025 many times, because you heard from her about the regional mobile home park effort. But specifically for Good Deeds, she was here twice. And at the last one, when we committed funds for 2025, the board asked that staff put money in for 2026. So we did that and talked about it a little bit when we were finalizing the budget for this year. So I think that's it for me on the administrative side. And just this year, we did have one employee of Picken County participate in the Good Deeds program as well. So it's not just a regional program, but it was nice to see that we were supporting, our in-house employees as well.
Excellent. I think we have one question from Fancy before April.
Yeah, so in the budgetary impact in the packet at the introduction, it says grants and, out of the tax money, it says grants and contributions, $4,500,000. This is part of that?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
That's my only question.
And in the detail of the budget, it specifically says Good Deeds 1 million, but the roll-up is grants and contributions.
Okay, great, thanks.
Okay.
Patty and then April.
Okay.
April can go first.
April and Patty.
Sure. Okay.
Mine's easy.
Okay. Thank you for having me back and for continuing to support the Housing Coalition and this program. Without it, we could not be as successful as we've been, but I'd love to tell you a little bit about that success. As a reminder, we started the program in the second half of 2024 with $2 million, a significant portion of which was a contribution from Picken County. In 2024, we closed on 7 homes in the Good Deeds program. And that is a program where we convert free market homes into permanently deed-restricted, affordable home ownership opportunities for local workforce. And that was a piloted program. So we continued that program in 2025 with another $2.45 million in contributions from local governments, again led by Picken County. With those funds in 2025, we closed on an additional 12 homes, bringing the total number of homes preserved for affordable housing to 19. So in just a year and a half, we've closed on 19 homes. I've got to say that this is the quickest, cheapest, least controversial way to increase your affordable housing supply. Like Ashley mentioned, in 2025, one of the employees that participated in the Good Deeds program and got into homeownership was a Picken County employee. So that's exciting. And it was that perfect example of a partnership where the partner worked in Glenwood Springs at Valley View. Your employee works in Picken County, which is just kind of reiterates that need of like in-between housing that doesn't always fall within the jurisdiction that you think it should fall within. We also closed on a home in Picken County. And so that was also an interesting home for the program in 2025. The average home purchase price, just for your information, has been about $775,000, majority of which are in Glenwood Springs or Carbondale. That makes because the way the program is structured, we do 30% of the purchase price. And so the deed restriction purchase is the average is $233,000. So we expended all of the $4.45 million that we've had in 2024, 2025. We have $28,000 remaining. Our initial goal was to deed restrict 30 homes by the end of 2026. We are on track to do so. If we continue at this rate, we need 11 additional homes. In order to get those 11 additional homes, we would need $2.5 million. This year, we have commitments from Glenwood Springs for $100,000, though they are they have been asked to consider more. So we will follow up with them. There has been another commitment of $100,000 from Carbondale, which they've done each year. $250,000 from Snowmass, which they have done each year as well. We're also, now that we have seen the success of the program, and as promised, we're looking for ways that we can expand and grow the opportunities with the program. So, for example, one partnership that is beginning to happen is a purchase in the town of Basalt that allows the town of Basalt and Eagle County to equally fund that program through the Good Deeds program in Eagle County. So we're looking at ways that we can share when we have an identified buyer with a buyer that's related to that jurisdiction. So it might look like in Glenwood Springs, if we had a buyer that was employed in Glenwood Springs buying a home in Glenwood Springs, perhaps the coalition would bring a portion of that 30% purchase price, and Glenwood Springs would bring the other portion to that specific sale. So we're expanding in those kinds of ways. And then I believe Ashley talked with you yesterday about another opportunity that you all are bringing to the table, bringing the home to the table. And so we're really excited about those kinds of opportunities. I've been asked by homeowners who would like to contribute their home in the same way. And so we'll be looking at ways that we can expand the program to take advantage of those kinds of opportunities as well.
Should I remind you of what she's talking about? Or the public?
Oh, thank you. Yes.
Okay. No,
we're all good.
I'll be, okay.
Oh,
The chair says we're good.
please. Oh, chair's good.
You failed to mention this. You failed to mention the small city where we're sitting and their financial contribution in 2026.
They have not committed any funding in 2026.
We can shame them publicly.
Right. They will be asked. And so we're beginning to set up those meetings. In 2024, the city of Aspen gave $450,000. In 2025, they gave $1 million.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you going to re-ask Garfield County?
Jeffrey?
Yes, we are intending to ask for support from other jurisdictions as well, including Garfield County.
Greg for April.
Great, thanks.
Go ahead.
I'm curious, and maybe you've already told me this, but I need to hear it again. What's the free market value of the homes that you're able to deed restrict? Like, what's the bang for the buck we're getting here? If somebody had to buy this on the free market, this body of houses as free market homes, the cost would be
All of them together
staggeringly high, right? That's what I'm.
is, hold on.
Well,
let me just-
where is the value that we're creating here? I just wanna-
$14.74 million worth of homes
Right. Okay.
that we have
Deed
procured-ish for the price of $4.4 million.
Got it. I think it helps me to understand that this is making a significant dent. If we had to go build those houses, we'd be spending more than 14 million. I'm fairly confident.
Absolutely.
And so this is a way to create affordable housing. It's such a brilliant way to do it. So I'm super enthusiastic, and I do want to hear about at some point about the opportunities for homeowners to put the deed restrictions on in order to help finance
Turn
their
homes
staying in their
into
homes.
the supply. Yeah,
Right.
I think that's going to be a really exciting venture.
When do you anticipate bringing that forward?
I need time and capacity to research that. I think that it could potentially require legislative changes, which could be slow. But I think, I'm not positive, and so that's what I've got to look into.
Got it. Great. Well,
Yeah.
full speed ahead on that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Wait, you forgot me.
Sorry, Patty, and then France, and then,
You
sorry,
answered my
Patty and then
question.
Kelly.
Okay.
About other jurisdictions, I want to make sure we bring as many other partners to the table to help fund the program. And I believe someone I know was your very first. She's a nurse at Valley View. Every time I see her, she's still beaming about her ability to purchase a home for her family, for her children, and how it kept her in the community, kept her working out of Valley View Hospital. And I see her at soccer games with grandkids, and
Yeah.
my grandkids, her kids. So that's really exciting. I don't know if there's an opportunity, looking at the board and staff, to bring back mid-year, if you aren't able to reach the 2 million.
2.5 million that we're aiming for.
Yeah, if we still have the availability in our tax-based fund to maybe help fill some gaps. I would be willing to entertain that mid-year, see how everything else is standing with the county's finances and with other home purchase or projects or partnerships or opportunities to keep this program going, because I think it's exceptional. And I think, as Greg said, the opportunity for people, however we may be able to assist in that, for people to bring their homes into the program would be really, really cool.
Part of the grant agreement that that April signs and that we would sign if this moves forward requires West Mountain to deliver a mid-year report. So that might be a good
Perfect
opportunity
timing.
to come back and share that with the board.
Great, thank you.
Kelly for April.
Yeah. Hi, April. Nice to see you.
Hi, good to see you.
I guess I'm wondering, I just want to say I hope that our TDR evaluation continues to have openness towards potential conversion for home deed restrictions, which I know is something that's to be contemplated in a future, which I will not be part of, but I leave it to you all
Forgot about that.
to
Maybe you'll be
continue that.
introducing it in Vermont.
Potentially. But then I also just want to clarify, so we've taken a $14.5 million market of homes and shrunk it to a $10.5 million market of homes, right? And that's the permanent affordability.
Mm-hmm.
So have we seen any resale of any units yet? I know it's a short horizon, so that's where the next person could be really
Gets the
excited to-
advantage.
yes, because they're
Yeah.
buying essentially a $500,000 home instead of a $775,000
yeah.
home. Yeah. Okay, cool. I just wanted to clarify that, and I have no doubt you're going to reach your goal. So glad you're at the home.
Thank you. Can I respond to?
Of course.
Okay,
Please.
I'm glad you mentioned what you did, Commissioner. We have been approached by one of Pickens County applicant that will need, I'm not sure if I'm getting the language right, but they will need,
Housing mitigation as part of their development application.
thank you, yeah, and pursuing to contribute to the Good Deeds program as part of their housing mitigation.
Wow.
And so that is, might see a little bit more of that.
Sure.
That's coming, so that's exciting. And then I think that just your comment about, the moving of it through the next buyer and the next buyer. We haven't resold any, but Eagle County has, and so we have them to follow in their guidance. But Commissioner Clapper was talking earlier about the water and the ability to do something that extends not just beyond your jurisdictional boundaries, which is critically important in this region, but also that you're doing something that extends through generations. And so these are permanent affordability placed on them. And I think that that's an incredible gift to give to future generations. So.
Combating inflation, that's hard to do. Who's the new housing director in Glenwood? Just as a tangent. Do you know?
It is. So Trent Hyatt took Hannah Klossman's position, and Watkins Folkgray took Kevin Ray's position.
What is that name?
Watkins Folkgray.
Okay.
Yes.
Try that one again.
Yeah.
Great.
So yeah.
Further questions for April or Ashley?
Good job.
Do I have a motion
Make a
for the
motion.
resolution?
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
And set for public hearing on the 11th. We'll see you again.
Took three of us to do it.
Can I make one more comment?
That's good.
Please, further
Oh, wait,
discussion.
wasn't here on the
Further
11th
discussion.
too. I'm going to say this because I said it to Kara earlier today, but I hope that there continues to be exploration of establishing a full-on housing trust in the community.
Yes.
That maybe if something grows out of the West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition or some other form and shape that it takes, but an organization that we've previously contemplated that would allow it to raise philanthropy, take on loans, do development, because it's still a gap, I think. And I'll just say that to you two as strong housing advocates while you're sitting here. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
I have one other comment.
Please.
We need to make sure we change the chair on the grant agreement. I do read the documents and I highlight them.
Pretty test.
I will get that changed.
You test
Apologies.
us all the time, and I passed the test.
So in April, we have to say that Abby is spectacular. Your fill-in at the Colorado Basin Roundtable, and it was a joyous afternoon. So thank you
Good.
for leaving the roundtable in good hands.
You're welcome. Happy.
So really wonderful afternoon.
Bittersweet to leave the water world, but very excited about the housing world.
You have pretty good representation there.
Yes, I do. Family represents.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous.
Isn't that a Kevin Costner movie?
So, thank you.
Thank you, good to see you.
Carousel Binocle.
It was a flop.
And I know we're going to talk firearms in about 15 minutes, most likely.
15?
Maybe 30. Okay. Maybe 30. So we're on number
They have a little bit of interest in this.
number 8.
Sure. So I'm gonna talk a little bit about 8 and 9 a little together, the two resolutions. I guess board chair, I do have a slide deck that was similar that was presented on January 13th. If you would like me to show it again for the public?
That'd be
or-
great. Yeah,
okay.
this is first reading,
Yep.
which would be a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners setting salaries for elected officials other than county commissioners is number 8, followed by number 9, which is closely related.
Great. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about the constitutional framework and again about 8 and 9 together just as it relates to the constitutional framework for setting salaries for elected officials and then how that relates back to the Home Rule Charter. Take a quick step back. We presented this during the January 13th work session and the board had directed staff to come forward with 2 resolutions that would look at changing the salaries for elected officials beginning in terms for that begin in January of 2027. So the Colorado Constitution establishes the salaries for all elected officials. Home rule counties are able to set that compensation level within their own purview. However, our home rule separates it out between how we can set salaries for executive elected officials, so that would be the sheriff, the clerk and recorder, and the assessor, versus how the board is able to set salaries for commissioners. And so the Constitution establishes a category-based system that was adopted in 2015, and there's a multitude of categories, and it's based on various factors, including tax revenue and workload of how different counties may fall in to which category they see. The base salaries are updated every 2 years by the state legislative council, typically for inflation. And again, in order to pursue a change, statutory counties that must be made by a legislative change at the state legislature. So currently, Pitkin County is in category 2B. This is, we've been in this category since 2023 and actually even, and then was in 2C prior to that when this system and framework was put in place. So we are in with Fremont County, and as you see, we are behind others. Our neighbor Garfield is in 2A, and then there are several urban and Front Range counties, as well as other rural resort counties that are included in 1A, including the other home rule county of Weld County. So per the authority of the Home Rule Charter, as I said, the salaries for county commissioners must comply with the state statutory standards. So again, just for the public and everyone, as a home rule charter, we can set our own compensation, but yeah, the home rule charter requires us to follow the state statute for commissioners. For other electeds, the board has the jurisdiction the authority to set the salaries for other county officials, but those changes must be made no later than the date of the precinct caucuses. Those changes, again, apply for 2027 and beyond. terms beginning in 2027. What I will say also is while the board has the ability to set those salaries, we have typically in the past done it of whatever category that we have fallen into per the state framework. So when we started to look at this of what are the factors of being in 2B versus other categories of versus those that are in 1A, as we shared the population, our population is much smaller, but if we look at the daily population, it does increase to 30 to 50,000, which creates a different complexity for those elected officials that you all are managing on a daily basis. That we have one of the highest assessed values in Colorado, and that is obviously creating a very complex tax base and again, that luxury rural resort activity. We operate we operate the third busiest airport in the state and have some of the highest values in building permits in a complex development and regulatory responsibilities, all of which are factors that can justify moving up to a different category. And many of these we are outpacing other rural resorts that are counties that are in category 1A. So this is just a brief analysis that shows where we are if we look at census population, the average assessed value. Sorry, I did not update this. This is total assessed value, not average assessed value. The 2025 approved budget and then the AMI for each of those communities. And so you can see while we have a smaller census population, we again are on average have a assessed value that is competitive with some of the others, higher than some others that are in 1A, lower than others that are in 1A. Our budget, again, total budget, not just general fund, is above some of the other rural resort counties, but also lower than those on the urban or on the Front Range. And when we look as we look at the AMI and think about the affordability factors here, we know that being able to live here and being able to run for office and be representative has constraints just like for the rest of our workforce. So as you all contemplating additional considerations is, like I just mentioned, the recruitment and retention of high caliber elected officials, just as we look at our recruitment and retention for county staff. Many of the peer counties that we use for our staff analysis and our wage analysis are the same that you all are looking at in that category 1A, which would be Boulder County and Eagle County. I think using the state schedule provides that objective benchmark for the other elected officials, and it creates a framework that is defensible as well moving forward, and it provides that market competitiveness for within the county and across your peers as you all are at the table. So with that, this is the brief analysis that we've done in the impact. So I have the impact to the other elected officials, which is resolution 8, and then the impact to the county commissioners, which is item 9. And combined in 2026 and 2027, the change for those 5 positions. So again, those that would be changing are the assessor, treasurer, and sheriff, along with District 1 and District 2 for terms beginning in 2027. The total impact would be 0.5% to the general fund wages in the 2027 and 2028 years. As we look out to the 2029 and 2030, where we would see changes for in particular, the commissioners for District 3, District 4, and District 5, we've estimated a 10% increase. We don't know what that would be, but using a 10% increase, we see just under 1% total increase to general fund wages as we estimated in the 5-year budget. So with that, let me go to the other elected officials since that's your first resolution. So the process is the board approving a resolution to set the salaries. What you have before you is following category 1A for the sheriff, assessor, and clerk and recorder for first reading today, second reading set for February 11th, and that meets the requirements of those changes prior to the precinct caucuses, which are the first week of March this year. For the county commissioners, you have a resolution to pursue a legislative change for the 2026 legislative session. For category 1A, we have been talking with CCI and other counties that are looking to make this change. We understand that they are going to be running legislation at the beginning of March. They're waiting for all counties that might be interested, and so legislation is anticipated to be run beginning of March, and we understand Representative Velasco has offered to carry that in the House, and then Senator Simpson will be carrying it in the Senate. Sorry, excuse me. I just like blinked on that.
Another room over there.
And so again, before you, and both are 2 readings set for public hearing on February 11th. With that, I will hand it back to you.
Questions for Cara or for Con? Mike, thank you. Questions for Cara or for Con? Greg?
I don't have a question as much. Well, where you got your the numbers, I just did a quick AI search because I wanted to know how we compare to Fremont County, and I just wanted to share very briefly. What I found is that property values have been going up everywhere, rents going up everywhere. Fremont County saw a slight increase of just about 1% year over year this year. To the average home value there is $330,000. That's the price of a house there. Penrose, which is also in Fremont County, they're the high area, and their average home price is $381. So. Just think about that. Average rent there is $1,200 a month, $1,300 in Canyon City, which is the high end. That's a 5.2% increase over the previous year. Cost of living, national the cost of living comparison, Canyon City is 3% higher than the national average. And let's see, but it's significantly cheaper than the Colorado average. And then if I switch to Pitkin County, cost of living in Pitkin County is 220% of the national average. Home prices, as you know, have been increasing at 4.2% in the past year, and rents are now at $2,700 per square foot. In high demand areas, rental markets, $2,500 to $4,000 per month for a typical 1-bedroom unit. So it doesn't make sense that we've put ourselves in the lower category with Fremont County, I think, for noble reasons in the past. And I certainly have been against the thought of raising commissioner salaries, even when my salary is not included in that. But we have to live here, and candidates who want to be commissioners have to live here. And it's not the same as it was when I was elected or when Patty was elected. Our homes were worth less. Our cost of living was much lower. People today, maybe there's a reason that we have so few people running for elected office here. Running unopposed is really not a democratic way to go, in my opinion. And it's a travesty if people are running unopposed. So maybe this will incentivize people to give it a shot and realize they might be able to make a go of it here and be an elected official. And that would be my hope for this. And I just wanted to weigh in with that because it doesn't taste good to think about raising our salaries. I know it's not a comfortable thing to talk about, but hey, we've got to do it. Thanks.
Okay, I have lots of comments to make. First of all, I understand the cost of living. I understand the valuation. Valuations are actually, I believe, going to be going down, but that's beside the point. And if you look at our population boom over the holidays, ask Eagle. Summit County, as other communities in Colorado, people come to Colorado for the holidays. It's not just us that sees our numbers boom. I'm concerned that we're going from 2B right to the top. We're not even talking about any of the levels in between to increase. That's of concern to me. What really is bothersome for me is at a time when we should be worried about people having food on their table, people having health care, maybe even subsidized child care, which we could take out of our general fund monies if the need was there. We don't know what's going to happen with funding at a federal level. How many more cuts are coming our way? And for us to be considering giving elected officials significant raises and not thinking about the people who are worried about putting food on their table and paying their utility bills is something that I feel, for me anyway, is not acceptable. To go, for example, we will be increasing, not to pick on Michael, but he's in the room, but over $32,000 more a year by going to Category 1A. That's a significant increase. There are people in our community who are living on a total of 30-something thousand a year as their income, or around in that range. We have people in this community who are in need and are going to be in greater needs until we figure out what the federal government figures out what they're going to do with funding issues. So I'm really concerned about that increase. For the Board of Commissioners, it's also a significant increase. Again, I had to go ask payroll how much I made. I didn't take this job for my salary. I took this job to serve my community. And there are no qualifications to run for any of these offices. You don't have to have a degree in assessment, property assessment, or in the clerk's office. You don't have to have any kind of training to be a member of the Board of Commissioners. There are no qualifications. You just have to have a willingness to serve your community. And yeah, I ran one term out of 6 unopposed, and I think it's because people were going to give me the grace of my final term, not having me have to go through a campaign, or because I had done a good job for 5 terms prior to that. So I'm concerned about why we're not even considering a different level, why we're going from 2B right to the top, right to the most amount of money. I'm concerned of the time frame when we don't know about more cuts or whatever cuts may be coming our way from the federal government, which we may be having to use general fund monies or emergency fund monies to subsidize in the interim so people have food and energy, heat in their homes, etc. Also, the problem is we are expecting, well, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when we'll have a major wildfire. We're going to have issues with that this summer because we don't have water source at this point yet. We'll probably get a ton of snow in May, but who knows, which would be great. But in the meantime, how are we going to fund those things? There are, I think, other priorities we should be looking at. So I would like to have seen the board come back and want to discuss a different category increase rather than going right to the top. And if this is a good time frame, it's my understanding we could put into today's resolution that we could pass it today, but it'll take effect, say, in July of 2027. Gives us it gives us at least a good 6 months plus to see what's happening coming down from the federal government, the unknowns of future cuts or reimbursement or reinstalling funds that they have taken away. Unfreezing, the thaw might happen, we don't know. So I'm really having a hard time supporting this. And I can tell you, if I was able to run again and would be able to take advantage of this increase, I would still have the same position that I would really prefer to fund the needs of our community. There's people who are paying those paying those rents here, who we're not doing. What are we doing for them? We're not increasing their salaries. We wish we could, so that they were making more money per hour. We don't really have control over that, but we do have control over this. And I think for the community, hopefully, they will look at this as just how to do business. But for me, I look at it as just inconvenient circumstances that we're in. How do we fund our elected officials appropriately, and how do we really look out for our community as a whole?
Do you have a level you want to propose?
Well, no, I think, there's different discussions, and I don't know if the board wants.
Francie had her hand up next.
But that's, yeah.
Well, I've been hoping the sheriff would get an increase since I was elected 5 years ago. Sorry to Joey, it's taken so long. I think it was not reasonable that the chief of police of Aspen made more money than the Pickens County Sheriff. So I'm really happy to see this proposal brought forward. I'm definitely going to support it. And I also think the cost of living in this valley is completely unattainable for our working class. And so if we want somebody who's from our working class to sit at this table and help make decisions, I think we have to raise the amount of money that person's going to make so they can afford to live here. So I'll be supporting this happily for whoever follows me.
Kelly.
I just would like to say also to point out that for the public who may be paying attention that separate from this conversation, you know, this board has committed to issues of affordability consistently over time. It's additionally has been committed to our human services and providing a strong social safety net, which also includes a $1.5 million budget commitment over the next 3 years for any unforeseen needs in our social safety net due to federal funding cuts or otherwise, should we see how the economy reacts. So I do feel like, separate from consideration of this, we have made a very strong commitment to helping our citizens and residents here who may need additional economic support, food security, et cetera, in the coming years, and I'm proud that we have done that. I do think that this job has gotten far more complex in the 7 years that I've sat in this seat, and we have quite a great deal of complexity ahead of us. The organization has grown in staff. It has tripled in budget since I've sat here. And I think that it merits a recognition of that increasing complexity. Currently, with my household composition, I make less than 100% AMI in this community and have had to take on a second job in order for my family to be able to live and thrive here. I think it has affected how I show up as a commissioner. It would have been my preference to have a single full-time job that I could remain dedicated to dedicate more fully to the community organizing opportunities that I think wholly live at the board's purview, which are not the staff's purview, and would be inappropriate for them to engage in. And, you know, there's a lot of opportunity out there, I think, for commissioners who wish to be dedicated, and I want us to be able to attract and retain those types of people to run for this office. I would fully support adding qualifications for this job if we could do that. And I hope that it does bring a higher caliber candidate that the community will have the opportunity to
Higher than who?
Higher than not
We're not
any running
qualified.
unopposed. Higher than any running, non-opposition. I think that the opportunity for the electorate to compare qualifications among candidates is really important, as Greg has already said, and I hope that this creates conditions for that to happen more frequently in our county commissioner races. And so, I do want to support this. We don't reduce our leadership salaries in cases of crisis that we need to respond to. And I don't think we should artificially hold down commissioner salaries as well. I think particularly for our electeds who are running administrative offices, our clerk, our assessor, our sheriff, who are supervising staff and, have significant admin roles, they should absolutely have parity with other admin offices in our county. And if the way we do that is to align with the counties that we compare for HR purposes, it makes sense that we do that for their salaries as well.
Jeff, I have two. Kelly, thank you. And Kelly's right, we do have this emergency fund, but we don't know. We don't know if that's going to be enough, especially in light of at least my concern for wildfire. I think the board has that shared concern for wildfire. And I think Kelly has a good point too when you look at the three non-commissioner elected officials and the staff they manage. So I'm going to put a plug in again, as I did the last time we discussed this, for looking at this at the pay rates for the clerk's office. They are frontline people. They have to be in the office. They're in the office all the time. And I think we need to, and I'm going to encourage Ingrid to bring it back with Human Resources to try and see if we can't adjust what they make at an hourly wage, because they don't make a lot of money and they're here all the time doing really hard work. So I'm going to definitely put in a plug for that. And as far as working a second job, I work a second job. but I don't let it interfere. I'm able to schedule because I have the luxury of being able to schedule my second job around my Board of Commissioners job, because that's what the people elected me to do, was to serve as a county commissioner. But that being said, it's the difficult part for people who want to keep part of their current employment is that you are only employed for 4 years. You got to go through the job application process every 4 years to keep your job, and for the Board of Commissioners, it's only for 12 years. So a lot of people have to keep their foot in the door of other employment because they never know when they're going to be getting thrown back into that. Regardless of how much they make as a commissioner, that's only for 4 years. They can't be guaranteed it's going to go on for the rest of their career life. So that's another hard one, I think, for people. That's how it is. You only get your job for 4 years, and then you've got to win it, literally win it back. So I think that's a tough one for people to give up their current employment. And some people can't run because of their current employment because they're not allowed the luxury of the time you need to put in to run for public office. It's not just a matter of getting your name on the ballot. It's getting out there and meeting the people and talking with county staff and doing your homework. It's a big deal to run for public office. So thank you.
Thank you. Further questions or comments for Connie or Kara?
Make a motion. Do you want to do both at once or just one?
Will the board consider the date of having it enacted in July so it gives us more time to evaluate what the feds are doing? We could write that into the resolution, it's my understanding.
Sorry, I wasn't really catching what you were saying.
I brought up the fact we could enact this, but we could pass it, but we could enact it on July 1st if we put it into today's resolution, that we want a chance to further evaluate the cuts that might be coming from the federal government.
Well, I was going to make a motion that didn't include that.
Okay.
So I'll do number,
I think maybe Greg and I want to weigh in on.
oh, I'm sorry.
I think Greg had his hand up first.
Greg and then Kelly.
I honestly, Patty, I appreciate your deep thoughts on all this. I don't see the value in approving it now, but pushing a deadline back. I think we're trying to play catch up here, and it doesn't make sense to me. We will never know what the federal government's going to do, honestly. And there are a lot of prognosticators and predictors, but we don't know. If it has to come back to us for some really desperate financial situation, it will. But I don't support approving it now and then delaying the implementation. But I thought we were going to have a conversation about which, if there was another category, but I didn't hear that from being proposed. So I just wanted to say.
Kelly.
Yeah, I just would echo Greg's use of the phrase catch up, because I do think we had this conversation back several years ago as we were coming out of the pandemic with lots of concern about we weren't sure how the economy was going to be affected. I think in 2001 maybe we had this conversation, and now we have seen that the economy has far inflated beyond putting a lot of pressure on the affordability. So I don't think delaying the implementation is necessary. And I don't think we should choose a different level. I think parity with counties that are frankly not as complex as ours is an important thing to achieve in this approval.
So I have a motion from Francie.
Yeah, for 8, resolution of the Board of County Commissioners setting salaries for elected officials other than county commissioners.
I'll second that.
Greg. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 And for 9, resolution of the Board of County.
I get to vote no,
We
please.
need everyone to vote first.
Don't cancel me out on that one. I may have lost the war, but I can still win the battle, so I'm saying no.
Just pushing it too
So I
hard.
have a no from Patty. Any other no's in the room or abstains? Greg, you're a yes?
That was a yes.
Okay, thank you. Agenda item number 9.
I'll make a motion. To approve the resolution authorizing an increase in salaries for county commissioners pursuing a state legislative change from Category 2B to Category 1A.
I'll second.
Excellent. Thank you, Kelly. Any further discussion?
I will comment. I am just disappointed in myself for not fighting harder to make it fair for our community who also has been hit by cost of living all the way around. And I wish that we could be increasing again their wages so they could afford to live in our community, because we need those people to be a community and not just elected officials to run the county, but we need people to live in our county, and people are finding it harder and harder to do so these days. So that being said, thank you.
Thank you.
With a second reading on February 11th.
Thank you. The chair is going to make one comment, which is thanking Rep. Velasco and Senator Simpson for carrying this legislation in the 2026 legislative session. So, and I look forward to having breakfast with them next week in Denver. So, thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Patty.
Opposed. I'm
Thank
going
you.
to say no again. Thank you.
So we're going to try to get one more in, which would be the firearms at the Solid Waste Center.
Francie really needs to.
I'm gonna go.
Okay.
I'll be back.
I'm just like at this.
I think you'll be all right without me for this one.
Okay.
No,
You
please
guys
don't
want
wait.
to, how long do you need?
I have to.
Let her go.
Can we take
She
a
has-
break, please?
So we're not going to hear the Solid Waste Center. Grassroots.
We need 10 minutes.
It's not
Grassroots.
just,
10, is that enough?
Grass- Good afternoon. This is the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners, Pitkin County, Colorado. It is Wednesday, January 28th. We are on individual consideration items. Single read. We have Under Sheriff Alex Burchetta, Michael Buglioni, Todd, and I don't know your last name. I apologize. Alla? Welcome. And you are?
Snowmass Village Police.
Thanks for joining us. Solid.
Tasters when you go out there.
Yeah.
Checking on the Bears?
Oh, no, eating the pizza.
Excellent. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. So, as you said, Alex Burchetta, Undersheriff, Pitkin County Sheriff's Office. So training is one of the most important things that we do in law enforcement. And over the last, at least the last 18 years of my career, the training requirements have increased extensively, and they always go up, and it's justified for sure. However, the one thing that hasn't changed, at least since I've been here, is our ability to operate and train at the Solid Waste Center firearms range. Currently, the restriction, as you heard from a previous discussion with the sheriff and Todd, the restriction is Monday, Wednesday, Friday from 8 to 12. And while that does afford us some opportunities to train, it doesn't really allow us to send our officers at all times during the day throughout all of their shifts to go up and engage in some training. So we're back today asking for the board to make an adjustment to those training restrictions and those timing restrictions to increase that from that Monday, Wednesday, Friday 8 to 12 to a Monday through Friday 8 to 5 p.m. with occasional allowances for a 10 p.m. Training time as required by the state. We're required to do some low light shooting or nighttime shooting. Additionally, it's not just the Pitkin County Sheriff's Office that uses this range. This will benefit our partners at the Aspen Police Department, the Basalt Police Department, Snowmass Village Police Department, and others who train with us. It's one of the greatest benefits that we have, and it's actually fairly unique in a training program throughout the state that our law enforcement agencies in the county get to train together under a collaborative and kind of cooperative training group called Roaring Fork Regional, of which Todd is. Todd, are you the director of RFR?
Yes.
We'll call you the director. Todd's been running the RFR program for us for years, and is, as I said, it's unique for us, but it's also one of the kind of the best programs I think around the state, and we hear that often. So that's our request. Happy to have anyone else speak or answer questions from the board.
And you may know this already, that a lot of the noise that comes from the shooting range up there, it comes from our long guns, which up until a few years ago were not suppressed or silenced. And the sheriff's office was the last to get there. And they're loud. They were loud. They were all suppressed now. So we won't see those unsuppressed weapons up there. Handguns don't make the noise that those weapons make. And yeah, I think the opportunity to go and train more often, and because it's required, is going to make scheduling easier. It's just going to make things a lot easier and better for the local Upper Valley law enforcement agencies.
Sergeant, anything to add?
No, not at this time. Really, to answer your questions that may come up.
One question would be, any facility improvements?
We have made some facility improvements, or in the process of making some improvements through some other grants provided to us from the state.
Excellent. Patty?
Public notice, because we have neighbors, Aspen Village and Woody Creek, who have had issues with noise coming, but I know that's been suppressed. But did we do any public notification that we were going to look at changing hours?
We didn't do any public notification that we were looking to change the hours specifically. However, over the past, I'll say at least 12 years that I've been in a leadership role at the sheriff's office, every time we do end up having to operate outside of the designated hours of 8 to 12, we do send emails and public notice to the neighbors to just to alert them that we'll be doing that.
Because I don't have a problem with going to 5 o'clock just to handle different shifts, having been a shift worker for so long. But the other thing too is I think we could work with our communications department, just do a little public notice when we know ahead of time we're going to do till 10 o'clock at night, even though that's kind of our noise time frame. Just to give the people in the neighborhood a heads up so they don't panic when they hear if they hear. I think it's better to be proactive on that end.
Kelly and then Francie.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I thought we talked about this. Are we just closing the loop
We are.
here on the
Yes.
formal action?
We're closing the loop on a
Okay.
formal single reading resolution from the board.
Okay, awesome. Well,
Yes.
glad someone remembered to bring it back.
Yeah.
Talked about it a couple of times.
My question is gonna show my ignorance, but is this firing range only for law enforcement? So other people can't go?
Correct.
It is-
It's not like a Lake Christine.
Correct. It's
Sorry.
just for law enforcement.
Thank you.
Do you know where it is when you get to the landfill?
You should all
Well, it
come
sounds
up.
like it's at the landfill.
Do you know where? it
You
is?
should
should
all
come
come
up.
up
No,
and
I have no idea. I
Don't
really
don't
wanna
tell
know.
her. We'll make it a surprise.
Greg.
Yeah. Okay, when I saw this, I thought, okay, we've been at 4 hours 3 times a week for who knows how long. Since that was initiated, my guess is your staffs have increased, the demands upon the departments have increased, the need to train has increased. But made me nervous. We're going to go 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, openness, right? Plus some evenings. Does that mean you're going to be sending notices out every day when you want to go up there, or you're not going to notice it because you won't have to? So my concern is, how is this going to impact the Woody Creek residents and the
Aspen Village.
Aspen Village, thank you, and whomever else is in Hood? It may keep the bears away from the landfill, which could solve one of our problems. Maybe not, or the elk. But it makes me a little nervous because it sounds like now it's a full-time thing.
Well, I'll say it'll be available for use those hours. That doesn't mean more bullets are going to go down range. The same amount of bullets will go down range. It'll just maybe a little more
Spread
because people will have an opportunity to go up
It'll
there.
probably grow into the time
Right.
given, right?
But it's still to help schedule our mandatory training is
Right.
what it's really going to help with.
Okay, so
I
you
don't
don't
think
see
you need to s-
more people making more loud noises up there?
No, I don't envision the same amount of bullets in the time frame that we are using it now to increase to this time period that we're looking to increase it to.
And as the sheriff said, it just increases the availability to use the range during those times. It may not increase the actual usage. So it's, if you picture it, Patty alluded to some night shift or some shift working. We have deputies and officers throughout the county that work until 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning. Well, Todd can only now schedule training from 8 to 12. So we have significant restrictions on how we can do that, where officers are getting off earlier. So it allows us to now schedule those trainings where they start at 12 and they'll maybe go from 12 to 4 or so. So it makes it a little bit easier for us to use the range.
Okay, so we're not anticipating a huge increase in activity up there.
I don't believe so.
No.
Thank you for that.
It's not actually about increasing the activity, it's about allowing us to operate different times of the day to actually facilitate our staffing needs.
Right.
That's great to articulate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Where else do you go to train?
Firearms?
Yeah.
This is pretty much it.
No, we really don't. Mm.
Why not?
I think we do our DM out at Cameo.
In Cameo,
out
yes.
By Grand Junction.
It's a long way.
It's a long way. Yep. But this is our primary firearms
But did
training.
you ask why not at Lake Christine?
There are restrictions
Yeah,
on
yeah.
Lake Christine.
Yeah, and I-
That
Got a little
don't
history there.
necessarily would even allow us to be there. They have very regimented, like, hey, you stand here, you don't move, and that's not consistent with our training.
And we're training, what do we have, 10 lanes up there now?
Mhm.
We have 3 instructors at a minimum, 10 people shooting Lake Christine. It just wouldn't work.
It's very static.
Got it. Okay, interesting. Thank you.
Thank you for the discussion. Kelly?
How often are local law enforcement discharging weapons in the course of duty?
On duty outside of the firearms range? I don't think we've had it.
Knock
Yeah,
wood,
let's-
it's been, I think since Michael Kendrick and Mario Strobel.
On Low River Road.
I'm sorry?
Down Low River Road.
Well, with Bud Wolcott.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
and that
way
was
before my time.
2001.
It's a long time.
2001?
That was 2001.
If everyone could knock on wood.
Is that
we'd
the
appreciate that.
hostage
Thank you.
situation?
Both hands.
No,
Yeah,
no,
how-
just a disturbance situation.
We're lucky that we don't, we're lucky that we don't engage in those activities very often, but it certainly, we have to train, obviously. We have to
I mean,
be
if the
prepared.
last month has
Yeah.
shown the country anything, like highly trained public safety officers is critical, so I support it.
Greg, and then
Yeah.
Patty.
Kara and I had a conversation earlier, and the final thing Kara said to me was that, this is a community that still has a super high level of trust in officials, in law enforcement. That's not the case across the country right now. And so our community really does have a reputation for, what can we say, tolerance and compassion and empathy and soft ways of maintaining the peace. And it's something that we should remind the community of, that it's, we're proud of it, we strive for it. And in a nation that is troubled right now, I think that, what you're doing can help shine a positive light on law enforcement and how things can be done. And so I know it's important, I want to support you, but I also want to thank you for being there for us, and so citizens in our community don't feel as if, aren't wondering what side you're on.
Thank you.
That's really important to put out in this day and age. Thanks.
That's great.
Patty?
So the only public notice I was trying to get across was when they have a scheduled 10 o'clock at night.
Sure.
Now, the regular ones are just normal operating hours, which will be posted, and that's pretty standard. It's that occasional, we need to, because of the lighting, you need to know how to use your firearm after dark, in some cases.
If you'd like, I can elaborate on that just a little bit more. We mostly do that in the fall, where the daylight disappears much earlier in the evening, and temperatures are a little bit cooler, so maybe windows will be closed, and that is really the only time that we typically extend to 10 o'clock.
And CLEDA, maybe, or no?
Yeah,
Does it
just
do
in the
lower?
use for the CMC Law Enforcement Academy, which is just a few more times throughout the year, but that's still spring and fall, and not during the summer hours.
Yeah, I just think we could just run it with our regular newspaper column.
Todd does a great job of scheduling. We
Thank
know
you.
when those
Thank
dates
you.
happen, so we can get ahead of that. It's easy.
Excellent.
I'll make a motion to approve, is this a public hearing? It's a one reading item, right?
That is correct. It's not a public hearing, it's an informal resolution that's in front of the board right now.
Great.
Second.
No, fine, I didn't read it, but yeah, sure. The resolution
Relax
adjusting
and
the
read
hours
it
of
into
the
the
solid
record.
waste center firing range.
Excellent. Further board discussion? Excellent. Michael, Todd, and Alex, thank you. All those in favor?
Thank you.
Gotta-
Thank you.
Aye.
I can say thank you before I call the question.
I just want to make sure I got my chance to get
Just
my
keeping
vote
us on
in
our
this
toes.
time.
Cheers, thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you so
Appreciate it.
much.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Good to see you. I'll see you out there for pizza.
Absolutely. I'm
Come
buying
out
it.
all the time.
Thank you.
It is plugged in. I just hope it doesn't tell the charger to stop charging as it did last week at Public Works.
Oh, that's too bad. If you need a ride, let us know.
Thank you, Mike.
Thanks, Michael. Let us know if we can help with the other issue.
Will do.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. So, Kelsey, you're up. Abe, you're up.
Who's up?
Ryan, you're up.
Who's on
Charles,
first?
you're up. We have room at the dais, is what I'm trying to say, if you want to join us.
I'll get back there for
Okay.
next meeting, but I appreciate it.
She's on the wrong side of the shy side.
And Airport Director Jackson, welcome.
Okay, are we ready?
Good.
Great. Ryan Mahoney, Deputy County Manager. And we've got Diane Jackson, Airport Director, online right now. And Charles Cuniff, who's part of the design team. So a few weeks ago, we presented to you all this Programming and Concepts book. Today, we are back in front of you asking for approval through an informal resolution. And I want to just make clear that approving or acknowledging the completion of this step is really approving a step in the process of the design. It's a milestone for us. Next, we will be going to the schematic design phase. After that, we'll go to design development and then ultimately to construction documents. That will take us through the end of 2026. So there is more time for public input and as well from our task forces, AAB, and from you all. So a little bit of background. I know you all are well versed on how we got here, but for sake of the public as well, and any of those that might not have been intimately involved, we set up in July timeframe task forces. So these two task forces that are overseen by members of the AAB, the Airport Advisory Board, the multimodal task force, and then the terminal task force. So their whole task is to take those common ground recommendations that were a product of the vision committee and use those as their North Star, as they're reviewing design concepts that the design team has put forward. As I said, we have Charles Cuniff, who's part of the design team, and ZGF, who's not here today. But they have taken us through 3 different public meetings here in Aspen and then down in the Mid-Valley at the Hoffman Hotel, and have started with 3 different design concepts, which was whittled down to 2 different design concepts, and ultimately the design concept 2+ that we are recommending today, and that's enumerated in the book. We also had other means of reaching out to the public besides those open houses that I mentioned in the Mid-Valley and here in the Upper Valley. We had 2 surveys that went out. So one of those surveys was associated with the 3 design concepts that we had. The second survey, which went through December into the beginning of January, had questions about the 2+ and 3+ design concepts. Overwhelmingly, from the public, from the task forces, from the AAB, we heard feedback that the 2+ design concept was the preferred concept to take to the next step, and is what is being, again, enumerated in the book. A little bit more information just as far as the overall airport project. You know, I think at this point we are enjoying some tailwinds as it relates to public sentiment about the airport. In November of this year, we had ballot issue 1A that was approved by over 60% of those that voted, and that was basically allowing us to issue debt or bonds associated with the airport enterprise to help pay for that project. Also, we've had favorable news from the FAA related to grants. We have approximately $10 million in a grant that's before us now, with an understanding that later this year another $30 million in the federal fiscal year will become available. I do want to say that those grants are really earmarked for the runway, but the benefit of having these grants come in this year and then the next 2 years, which will be $80 million each year for the next 2 years, help us to use that debt issuance ultimately for building the terminal building. So I think we've got ourselves in a position where we're in pretty good shape financially. Obviously, the design is going to need to evolve in such a way that not only does it meet those common ground recommendations, but it also needs to be within budget. We need to be able to pay for it, right? So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. We do have Charles here or Diane to answer questions as well. but are asking for approval of this resolution today.
Questions for Charles, Ryan, or Diane?
You know, I really like everything about this, except for I don't feel like multimodal transportation is front and center as we thought it was going to be with the Common Ground recommendations. I feel that it's not given enough attention or enough room. And I would like to vote for this, but I would like to make sure that if I vote for this, we are not limited to this only recommendation for ingress and egress from the hospital, for the airport, and the conserved space that, in somebody else's words, says, well, we don't know what this is, so we'll just draw this little box here. So, I just am uncomfortable voting for this, thinking, oh, well, people are going to enter here and they're going to exit here and they're going to do this loop and there's all this parking and some of it's going to be underground, because we haven't really talked about the transportation with the airport much. And I know that I've heard Edward speak now quite a few times. He's never been before our board, even though we've been requesting it for like 3 years now. He's reworked his plans to include the airport, and I would like that idea to come. It's an idea, just like this is an idea. It's unengineered, as you pointed out to me, Ryan, but so is this. So I think we need to have a discussion about the transportation out there and how it's going to affect the entire system. Obviously, the city does too with the lumberyard, and we've got funding for the AAV thing. It's just all siloed and not a cohesive approach. So I really do want to support this. I think the architectural work is wonderful, but I don't know about the flows of traffic and the parking. I'm concerned. And it's interesting that with the Common Ground recommendation really pushing forward a different approach to transportation, that we're doubling the amount of parking spaces. That's like, well, that's weird. Anyway, I just feel like it needs, that part of it needs more time. The airport itself, the building, love 2+, or what, I think it's great, but I'm concerned about the lack of focus on transportation.
If I may answer, just respond to that a little bit, is, I think we are at this conceptual design phase. So I think more input about transportation is certainly welcomed and can be accommodated. As it relates to access into the airport, we don't necessarily have full control over that. That's a CDOT conversation if we wanted to change access. Obviously, alignment with intersections that exist for other developments across the way would be a consideration there. But I will say that, we did have a conversation about Edward's project, and those concepts are a little broader because they touch other properties sort of in that region. That includes Buttermilk. It would include the ABC and then also the lumberyard. Trying to align everything that's happening to build that synergy simultaneously is a very difficult thing to do. And if we waited for that, then probably it would be difficult to get this project off the ground.
We've been saying that. I moved here in 1994 or something. I've been hearing that ever since I moved here. So how long are we going to keep putting it off?
Well, hopefully.
This is a crux point. This is an opportunity to look at transportation out there. And so to just pretend that we can just deal with coming in and out of the airport is a fantasy, or it's ignorance, or it's neglect or something. But this is a crucial point in the development out there. This is the time to look at it more comprehensively than what is in this book.
And I think we are intending to do that. We don't have any control over what the city of Aspen does with the lumberyard. We can try to have that conversation and build those synergies.
Which I hope we will.
But this project and what these designers have been tasked with and what their scope of work is the airport property. And the point that I was trying to make is without the synergy of all these different, externalities, we can build an airport and design this airport to accommodate those future modalities and whatever demands we have by doing space reservations, by having these loops that can, I guess, adjust over time to technologies and transportation that we don't really know about. And that's definitely been at the forefront of the conversation with the design team. As it relates to parking, yes, there is more parking out there. Are we going to be able to build it all? That's a question that we can't answer today. Probably not, because it is layered
That's one of the
parking.
reasons why it's hard to approve this whole book, because it looks like this is the plan. And so you're saying, well, it's not necessarily the plan, so.
Well, I think it's important to say that we'll have to phase some of the improvements. And I think it's important to remember, too, that how we pay for these improvements over time is having parking revenues and some of the other revenues associated with the airport. I mean, that's going to pay the debt in the long run. So I think there's got to be a good balance.
But that's like the reverse of where we're headed. What you're saying is we need parking revenues to make improvements at the airport. So we're encouraging people to drive their cars there so we can have their revenues to make improvements at the airport.
No, I think it's about finding that sweet spot, finding the right amount of parking, because people still drive their cars to the airport today. Will we transition out of that in the future? Perhaps, but I think we can't build this too futuristic where we forsake what's happening today.
Well, that's your opinion, I respect that.
And at the end of the day, if you all want to reduce parking, those are conversations that you can absolutely still have.
So I've got Patty, Greg, and then Diane, and I'd also, and after that, I'd want to open the floor to Charles and just talk about contractual obligations at conceptual and where we are relative to that. I mean, the Ground Transportation Center is covered in section 3.1.3 in a lot of detail for conceptual, down to square footage allotments. Right. If it doesn't align with the community's needs at conceptual, then how do we capture that? I think is a way of looking forward. So I had Patty, Greg, Diane, and then I'd like to go back to Charles to talk about conceptual. We'll Patty, Greg, Diane, and Charles, please.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, this is conceptual. This is not a done deal. This is a space allocation reservation. We have a lot more discussion. I've been trying to meet with Edward for well over a year, and for circumstances beyond my control, it never happened until just last weekend when he called me, wanted me to meet over the weekend, and I was out busy. And then he called me today, and I've been busy. But yeah, I think that we do need to see his presentation. Why he wouldn't meet with me before, again, out of my control. But that being said, this is not a done deal for the transportation part of it. It's part of our discussion that will be ongoing. I've been here for 46 years, and I voted how many times because on the airport, and I want to see it done as much as maybe you want to see it done, but I want to see it done right, and I want to see it done thoughtfully, and I want to see it done with taking into consideration innovative ideas both for the terminal and transportation. Again, we're not going to build a terminal without talking about the transportation section because they need to work together. That's why I wish we had had the opportunity to talk with the city about the lumberyard. I asked the mayor and was pretty much told no, they're going to do their thing and our thing is our thing, which is not cooperative, I don't believe, if we're going to try and make it work in that neck of the woods out there. There's a lot going on. So I understand your frustration, Francie, but I want to make it clear, at least for me, and correct me if I'm wrong, that this is conceptual. It's a space reservation. We have a lot more discussion to do, both on individual items with the terminal that we may want to tweak, and we haven't picked out the color of the paint yet. Those are future discussions that are going to happen in a timely manner, and taking into consideration our funding. We're still looking for our bridges I keep wanting to call it, build grant. at the airport, because we need that for the multimodal planning. So we're still working on that. We could be moving faster on that with bringing in a planning, but we don't have the funds available because of the federal government's frozen that grant and unfrozen it and frozen it and refrozen it. So there's a lot of complexity here, but I just want to hopefully, you know, it will kind of help Francie with this. It's not a done deal. We will have a broader discussion, and I think this board will make sure we do.
Well, I want to hear what you said about the contractual obligations.
Well,
at the
can I
conceptual level, so that'll
finish
help.
my?
Yeah, I was just saying that I think is.
Yeah,
where Jeff
but
is gonna
I
help.
think that as far as this document before us today, it's allowing it to move forward so we can get to those discussions by knowing, Francie, we will have them. We will be very specific because the multimodal has to work with the terminal, and it has to work with other changes that are going on in the neighborhood. That's why you're right, we need to have a discussion with our partners, we thought were partners across the street, how we can make it work. And I would love to see Edwards, because he's tweaked it a little bit, I think, recently. I would love to have a presentation to this board at some point. And I'm sorry that I wasn't able to meet with him before today, but for reasons, again, outside of my control. But yeah, for me, I'm comfortable moving this forward with the clear understanding that this is just the beginning, because when we get down to the nitty-gritty details, we will be talking more about all of this stuff that's going on out there.
Greg, and
Thank you.
Diane, then Charles, thank you.
Right, thanks. I share the concern, the emotion, the concern is the same for me. I want to make sure that we aren't moving something forward and locking ourselves into something that we can't change. If there isn't enough room for multimodal, on the advice of the ski company people who build gondolas, and they're saying, hey, there isn't enough room here, I don't want to be past the point where that could be fixed, right? If it makes sense ultimately to cooperate with the city on an overpass that connects everything, the transferium that Edward Allmonds talks about. I want to be able to do that in this. So I'm prepared and eager to move it forward. And what I hear you're saying, Ryan, is that's still possible. We can do that. We're leaving that flexibility as we move forward with this. So I can be assured of that. The thing that I really want to see, though, is I know there had been a meeting scheduled with a presentation with Edward and Michael Miracle, and somehow it fell apart. It went from what shouldn't need 2 hours but does, down to 40 minutes, which wasn't enough, and it didn't seem like the message got across, is what I'd heard from them. It's like, can we reschedule that and get them in front of you and then get them to us so we can all share this information? What Edward's proposing is not baked, but it's ideas that are worthy of getting some daylight and conversation about how we can create connectivity. I do also want to reach out to the city council and ask them if they might think it would be a great idea if we could all work together on mobility between Brush Creek and the airport and Buttermilk, or all the way in. You know, why aren't we all working together on this? It's a disservice to the community. And that's bigger than this project, but it's important. You know, it's so important to get this right as we start building these huge, discrete projects along the highway. So I'm kind of asking for help, a way forward. How do we make sure that we've heard people who've put in so much time and effort, like Michael and Edward and their team, you know, to respect what they've done, and take what from it is useful, and discard what isn't. Clearly, there's some ideas there that probably are not going to fly. But I think it's important for this conversation to make me feel better, and maybe some of the others, to know that we've examined everything and we aren't rushing. As slow as this process has been, there are times when it feels like we're rushing, and so that's where I am. So but I think I hear Ryan saying what we want him to say is, yeah, we do want to incorporate or look at what, you know, Edward and Michael's concerns. We want to consider them and give them some time. And I think I heard that we'd like to get those ideas incorporated at some level with this board so we can see, and the community can see, what it is they're contemplating. The thought of an overpass is has been horrifying to people in Aspen for 50 years. But you know what? Our daily population has quadrupled beyond what people thought it would be. We've got so many people here now. We may need to take measures like that in order to accomplish mobility and ease and safety in our community. So I don't want to keep pushing that away and trying to deny what might be a good solution. So that's where I am, and I think I'll probably be calling the city councilors again tonight to have a chat with them about, perhaps we all should look at this and try to create a system that's going to work for everyone. And unfortunately, you guys are just like tied up in this giant knot with us. Thank you.
Could I just respond
Please.
to that briefly? Commissioner Poshman, I would agree. Yes, we are at a phase where this is still a malleable design. As it relates to space reservation for a gondola or a light rail, whatever that future modality might be, there's a 50-foot width, I believe it is today, and that's a very small portion of what is an enormous right-of-way acquisition or use or what have you. We're, I would argue, ahead of the game. There's property on either side of that reservation, both in the CDOT right-of-way that currently bus lanes exist in there. Do you need as much bus lane if you have a light rail solution or a gondola solution? Maybe
Dedicated
not.
bus or something. Yeah.
So I think I don't think that the notion of that grander idea is off the table.
What's off the table?
It's not off the table. It's not off the table. And again, I think, we are moving ahead with a design on a project thoughtfully enough. And I will say, of the task force chairs, they have all seen Edward's presentation. I have seen Edward's presentation. It wasn't the full 2-hour presentation. We saw, I believe, most of the
Right.
schematic drawings that he had shown. And, some of those aren't practical for landing a bridge in what was seen as the terminal. So I think there would need to be more conversation. I don't think that some of his ideas are good ones, because it connects what's happening sort of in that area to regional outposts. But I also think that you take what's good out of that, and
Right.
our design can be designed and built in place and still accommodate the regional solutions. And that's going to come, unfortunately, the timing is off, out of our control with this build grant, where we do pan up and start looking beyond just the property lines. But I will say, these folks who are designing it understand that and are taking that into consideration. So
Thank you.
I think this is a yes and conversation.
I think
and
it
I
is
think you
too.
can all feel good about
Can I ask
where we
just
are.
one of the things that came up is the underground parking we know is extraordinarily expensive. There may be alternatives to that could save hundreds of millions, if not tens of millions of dollars. Is that still a flexible
Yes.
concept? Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
It's important to articulate that, because that's a huge line item.
You don't have to put a second story on some of these reserved parking areas. They could, be ground level and sort of hidden behind landscaping and things like that, so you wouldn't see it from outside the property. But that's something that, in fact, Francie brought up.
It sounds like you still have maximum flexibility
Yes.
while moving it forward.
And the most flexible place we have for parking is, once the old terminal is removed, it
Right.
sits in a hole, and we can fill that hole with a parking structure.
Right.
And that's probably the most cost-efficient place to do it.
Right, thank you. Okay.
So
thank you.
very patient Diane Jackson, Airport
She's been
Director.
waiting.
Thank you. Sorry about the tired hand.
Oh my gosh, no, I just wanted to highlight the fact that we are only in the concept phase here.
So Patty, thank you. We still have a long ways to go and some really exciting things coming.
even in parking, understanding that that is one of our largest revenue sources for repayments of bonds. We can also work toward our goals with electric charging available, which we are unable to do right now with the sources of power at the airport. So some really good things coming with that, and I'm sure further details, and you can probably elaborate, Charles, as we go through the schematic phase.
Charles, did you have a hand up?
I have a hand up.
Okay,
I can
Charles,
go in
and then I'll go
order.
back to Kelly, and then I'm going to recognize myself for a minute.
Okay. I hear all of what everyone's saying, and we have the same concerns in terms of how this project is an opportunity to solve as much as possible of the valley's needs. We've looked at Edward's approach and all that, and we haven't done anything that disallows that. Most of this right now is a terminal project, not a transportation project, and the interface with CDOT, the highway, the business center, the lumberyard, and our frontage road all the way from along the airport property all the way to the FBO. All of that, if you break it into halves, the landside, airside interface with the terminal is one thing, and the ground transportation center and the highway interface is another thing. And we haven't precluded any flexibility at all with the highway, the frontage road, our parking, our road layouts. They're all quite flexible. We're only in a concept stage. But we need to keep moving forward with the terminal as in its own needs, because it mostly interfaces with the apron and the runway. It serves airplanes. How the terminal serves the public in terms of vehicular transportation is another matter. And we're, again, in a concept phase of that, and there's open flexibility there. The right-of-ways of the highway, the right-of-ways of the what was the rail, the light rail and trail, and then the frontage road all have some reasonable flexibility within them to accommodate each other's needs. And this next phase will help, well, hopefully, bring us a lot further along in how that all can work together.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly?
Yeah, I mean, I share the passion that Francie has for this. It's been, one of the things that just has been said to us over time is the airport is not going to solve the problems, the transportation problems of the Upper Valley, but it should play a role in the solution. And that conversation has not progressed, frankly. There's been no structure around that conversation. And so I would just like to offer perhaps some tactical things that could be done to start moving that along. One would be scheduling Edward's presentation, whether that's to this board or to the EOTC. I think you guys could map out what the overlapping jurisdictions of authority are relative to what you're talking about, the air side, and that's interaction with the terminal, and then the roads and the transportation, how that's interacting. Who are the players? Figure out a program to bring everyone together to talk about this. Make a calendar that aligns with the calendar for the construction of the airport to show how these things are going to be dealt with. Because there's nothing that we have that feels real, that this conversation has any shape to it. That it's actually going to turn into points of decision making for the relevant partners along it. And if the answer is, actually, we're not going to deal with it until 2035, then say that, or have that be what the board accepts as the timeline, the time horizon. If there's not any horizon that's going to overlap with the construction of this concept, then I think then we should know that. And if there is going to be it, then it should have some more shape to it than it has right now. And so that's what I think I know my frustration is that we're just being told oh, it's going to be brought in, but we don't know the whens or the whats or the hows and the whos. And, now is, I think, the time really to decide if that is the case, or if that is not the case, then that's communicated here and to the public.
We'll explore and learn more about that during the concept phase, because what we haven't precluded anything from happening on the ground transportation side. And as we get more information and more interaction, we can look at that. There may be different funding sources that have to come into play too, because the airport terminal budget doesn't handle highway reconstruction.
Right.
And so there's a big disconnect in terms of where the money's gonna come from between those two major projects. And the highway and transportation aspect of this could actually overwhelm the budget for the terminal.
Yeah,
mean,
I totally
its
get
own
that.
budget might be as much or more than the terminal budget. And where you fund that, that's an interesting
Yeah, and
question.
whether you look at it at its own separate parallel project, I think is a completely reasonable outcome of this exploratory phase. But it's, you know, the risk here is that we can't take advantage of design alignment or on the ground construction alignment because we haven't done any of the work for that vision to come to ground or for that collaboration with the city to come to fruition. And I just want to say one more thing. You know, I also think that that the board, the community, the Airport Advisory Board should consider whether we raise private funding for portions of the airport. We've never had that discussion. You know, the hospital has done it to great effect. They're a governmental entity. They have whole wings named after people. Like, you know, offering the art gallery or the central whatever for someone's endowment, I don't think is an unreasonable thing to consider if that means that something like parking isn't so critical in future decision making or design decision making. So I would just throw that out there as an idea to contemplate.
Thanks, Kelly.
So I'm going to recognize myself for a minute, unless any feedback for Kelly. So switching back to the terminal a little bit, energy efficiency. What were the lessons learned through conceptual? This was supposed to be the MSAITW, was what we saw in Portland, and the acronym stands for. The acronym stands for the most sustainable airport in the world. Right. And so the question really, switching back to the terminal, and we just heard a presentation on SAF, on sustainable aviation fuels, right, which we basically pulled SAF out of the program. So what have we learned, or what are we bringing forward into schematic on the building side in terms of sustainability?
Well, without getting into specifics, because that's not my area of expertise, that's what Jacob's for.
Yeah.
But there was a session we had today, which we're going into all the elements that can come into play for our terminal and our property, not just the terminal. And those will be part of the conceptual phase that'll be presented here. And the task force will interface with that as well.
Second one's more an observation, which is HDR Engineering out of Denver was actually also the engineering firm that actually produced the FEIS for the entrance to Aspen. So I actually think we have probably one of the best local engineers in terms of solving the connectivity. You can change seats if you don't like my question, Tony.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So HDR produced the FEIS in 1997. They're the same as the engineer producing Section 313, which is the GTC. But the question then for Ryan is, have we removed anything from the program? Is anything not fitting on the site, or that we could see using Brush Creek Park and Ride as a potential lower financial alternative? You know, and I'm getting towards rental cars and other folks that all want to scramble to be on site. You know, and maybe it's a question for Diane as well, but.
That's a good question, and I think those questions or those thoughts are still in motion.
Yeah.
We do have to be a little careful as it relates to putting an off-airport property rental car facility into play. You cannot spend that airport money at Brush Creek Park and Ride, for example. You could potentially look at reducing parking on site, but you've got to have a place for the employees to park. So maybe you say, well, you're going to need to park here at Brush Creek Park and Ride. We have a space reservation, and we're going to run a shuttle that doesn't exist today back and forth between the airport and Brush Creek and then beyond. So that's a solution. There may be other, you could store rental cars potentially at a remote location, but have some fleet that makes a kiosk, but then also a fleet that makes sense for their demand and then you got to run down and, every day they got to transfer some cars up. So I think those things are in play. still. But we then have to, that starts to ripple into some other complications of, can Brush Creek accommodate that today? Is the infrastructure there? We'd have to model that. So, but yes, I think to answer your question specifically, those conversations can still be had. There's nothing that's locking those out.
And then sort of final question would be lead times. We just met with, was it Hayden Airport? The Routt County Commissioner?
Routt County.
And I think you gave you a heads up that jet bridges are 19 months out.
Yeah.
I'm concerned locally that Holy Cross has a hard time going from 200 amp to 600 amp for a single family residence. And we're going to have the most sustainable airport in the world. So I'm worried that we're in January of 26 and our shutdown is, 14 months out.
Here's
so help me sleep.
Here's
at
some
night,
detail
so.
that might help you
please,
with that.
Please.
The good news is, as far as lead times, we are bringing a CMAR construction manager at risk on board. As it relates to the runway, we're doing that group should be on board April timeframe, maybe early May. The point of bringing a CMAR on is so that they can have conversations with the design team about cost implications, about constructability, and they're also then looking out for long lead times on material acquisition so that they'll know, hey, we can't get steel in 6 months, we need 18 months, right. Jet bridges, etc. We're also bringing on a separate CMAR for the terminal project. So the same thing will apply there. So I think we're putting our best foot forward. Some things could be out of our control, but this gives us the most assurance that we will have everything we need to stay on time. And the most critical timeline, as you know, is the runway. Yeah. So that's the one, if there's a slight delay in the terminal, that doesn't shut the runway, the airport down. We can still operate.
Yeah, my concern, and then Patty, sorry.
You had a second question, though. There was the lead times and then the...
So, Holy Cross.
Oh, Holy Cross.
Was really just, again, if it's going to be an all-electric, we have site constraints today with the existing airport.
So those coordination meetings are starting with all of our utility providers. Yeah. We don't have any indication that they can't serve the airport with our electricity demands. The other thing, too, you asked a question earlier about our sustainability. I think part of the plan is, can we build a terminal that limits the need for, systems that require electricity? The answer to that, remains, unknown at this time. But Jacob and his team with ZGF are going to be looking at those things. I think the air side, we don't have the immediate charging needs. We want to be ready for the future, for how airplanes evolve and how the industry evolves. And I think we'll have some evolution with the electric co-op's ability to serve that. But as it relates today, there are no red flags, and if there are, you'll certainly know.
Excellent. Patty?
Yeah, just to let the board know and staff know, with your help, Ryan, when I'm in DC at the end of this month, end of February, I need to look into the build grant. That's one thing we need to keep on the list. Since I'm going to be there, might as well take advantage of my time there. And the other reason I'm there is for the National Association of Counties for their transportation policy meeting. And I've been working on and will continue to work on going to their annual meeting in July, the use of airport revenues off-site. It's a policy now. We need to push it forward for the reauthorization of FAA's bill, quote-unquote, legislation, the federal level. So that's in the works and continues to be on the books with NACO, with the transportation, with support, I think bipartisan support, which is needed to move anything, well, you would think these days. So I just want the board to know that I'll be working on both of those things, again, since I'm gonna be in DC. If anybody thinks of anything else related to the airport, I'd be more than happy to move it forward or take it back there.
And let's have a conversation about that second one, bringing that forward.
Off-site use?
The off-site use. I think that is something that is a conversation that's ongoing. Whether that's ripe for conversation just yet.
Well, the policy
will-
is on the books with NACO. I brought it forward a year ago. But there's also, you can, in some circumstances, you can use revenues from an airport offsite if there's a direct nexus
Yes,
back to
right,
the
right.
airport. So that's kind of a gray area, but something that we can further clarify as to what we actually can and what we'd be crossing the line with, or the gray area, jumping into the fog. But yeah, so let's just talk about that, but we got time before I go. But thank you for helping me with those plans to go.
Greg, please.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
just want to bring back, maybe slightly tangentially or orbiting the concept, the idea that that we're not serving RAFTA so easily from this terminal because RAFTA's service is really up and down the valley handling commuters, but seeing the need for transit access for people who come in on the airplane to get them and their luggage to wherever they need to go in the Upper Valley is probably going to mean we need to figure out how to accommodate a different bus circulator that's an airport circulator, perhaps. I want to make sure that and I know the conversation has been had, but we're not precluding the possibility of RAFTA having to create an entirely new bus link and turn that side, the east side of the terminal, into a bus station that's handling a lot of bus activity, a lot of transit. And if we are transit forward and less, cars aren't the priority, but transit is, whatever form that takes, I think that fits in with our recommendations that we've all been following. And I just want to hear it again that that's still front and center for you.
I'm shaking my head yes,
Yeah.
but I'll say it out loud that the accommodation with this ground transportation center does accommodate a service that would accommodate luggage and people of varying size.
People of varying size or luggage of varying size?
Both.
Or vehicles of varying size.
Yeah, so, and that, if you think about the GTC, I guess a very simple way of looking at it right now is it's almost like a triangle, and one side of that triangle is out on the sort of frontage road side. There's an accommodation for a bus, shuttle, whatever that looks like in there. And then on the east side, that is where you have, the hotel shuttles and the, other limos and things like that. So almost 2/3 of the ground transportation center contemplates vehicle trips that aren't necessarily single occupancy vehicles. And I think the good news too is within all of the sides, there is flexibility. If we overwhelmingly become a popular destination for people taking buses and cars fall out of favor because they're just a pain in the rear, we can, the ability to bring buses to those curbs, not a problem. So you can expand and contract.
Thank you. One follow-up from Patty and then over to Francie.
Just really quick. And Greg, I also want to see better connectivity with the underpass. We spent a fortune on that underpass, and it's difficult, especially with the lumberyard now. So that would be a focal point too for getting people to and from the sides of the highway. And so we need to don't forget that underpass is there, because a lot of people don't even know it exists.
That is considered in the design for sure. Obviously, it's locked in place, and then we also have a terminal that is taking advantage of the widest part of that property. So it is offset, but they've actually timed the walk for just a normal walk to get even to the other side of the highway, and it's a shortened time
walked it.
to what it is today from the terminal, and the other piece to that is the walk today. You're navigating a parking lot and snowbanks and all of that. It'll be a much more pleasant experience moving
efficient.
into the future. Yes.
Thank you, Francie.
So I've got Diane for a follow-up, then Francie.
Yeah, good.
I was just gonna follow up on what Ryan said, and we've really focused on that and making sure that people have safe navigation, safe and comfortable navigation to the terminal from that underpass. As right now, it's a bit challenging with them with that access road there and cars at a higher rate of speed. So that has been a focal point for the task forces as well.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Francie.
Yeah, I'm concerned about our expectations for ZGF in terms of the transportation stuff, because really their job is the terminal. And so if they're not responsible for designing ingress and egress and drop-offs and parking and all that stuff, then who is?
They are.
And let's make it happen.
They are.
You are.
And they have transportation engineers on the team that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you have folks that are specializing in transportation at airports.
At airports, yes.
Yeah.
So I think, Charles, I think what Kelly said makes a lot of sense, that you and ZGF, you put it in, the steps to figuring it out are shown to us. I think that would make everybody a lot more comfortable.
Right. And the ultimate thing is we are allowing enough flexibility that future thinking, a few months from now or 2 years from now, will still make sense out there, because things are not so locked in that you have to work around something that's impossible.
Oh, great, this has helped me a lot. I really appreciate what you said, Charles. Thank you.
Further questions? Otherwise, this is a public hearing, and we've decided we would love to take public comment. I will get my Android ready. Tony Kronberg, you have 3 minutes.
All I can say is thank you very much for the county commissioners for addressing the most critical part of the airport modernization, and that's the seamless connectivity. Francie, I would like to thank you personally for bringing it forward and not being shy about what needs to be done.
It's never been shy.
So what the bummer is, for me, is that we tied our hands when we voted for the reevaluation instead of a supplemental environmental impact study or a new EIS. The reason why is
So Tony, we're going to ask that you comment on what's being
Right,
spoken
so-
about today. This isn't public comment. This is public comment related to the ZGF report.
Right, so right now you're trying to figure out how to capture the lumberyard housing, the airport, into the transportation section. It is a project that I am still working on to make this happen. And as I said, it's a bummer because the reevaluation, as I went forward before the Pickens County Commissioners, that it stops at buttermilk. And I pleaded with you to please go forward with a supplemental or an EIS to back that so we could go all the way down to Brush Creek Park and Ride. So our hands are tied right now, possibly for another 1.5 years. What I'm going to try to do is to show that conditions have changed, especially with the airport coming on, so the city will stop the reevaluation process and go right into an SEIS or a supplemental. The other thing I would like to recommend is that in your whereases, in your resolution, and especially whereas number 8, there's no mention whatsoever of seamless connectivity, about transportation, about reducing emissions. That particular language is missing out of this whereas. You talk about flourishing natural and built environment, conservation of natural resources and environment, prosperous economy, responsible, accountable stewardship of county assets, on, but nothing about transportation and connectivity. Then I wanted to say thank you to everyone, because this is a big project and I'm really impressed that it's gotten this far. But we still have to deal with the multimodal connectivity. There's been no discussion. I've attended every single meeting as to multimodal connectivity. And that is a project that probably needs to stand on its own within the county. And I personally think the county may be the leader in addressing this transportation from between Brush Creek and downtown Aspen, because the former record of decision, 1988, they make the airport as a central transportation hub. And what I've been trying to do for years in a lot of your documents is to push everything to Brush Creek Park and Ride. So you have a wonderful opportunity with Brush Creek Park and Ride where it can be connected. So far as Edward's presentation, I have no idea what he's presenting. He's presented to everyone else. And as you know, I have brought forward to you the idea of a gondola, a seamless connectivity, never have to wait for it. Starts off at Brush Creek Park and Ride, goes to the airport, Buttermilk, Aspen,
Wrap up your comments.
Highlands, and whatever. But anyway, hopefully we can do a presentation before the gondola, and I look forward to the next phase of the multimodal connectivity work session to pull it all together.
Thank you.
Thank
for
you
your
very
comments.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further comments on the workplace or in the room?
May I?
Let me close public comment first.
How'd you know what I was gonna may I?
Closing public comment. Bring it back to the room.
May I
Commissioner
ma-
Clapper.
May I make a motion, or does the board want more discussion?
I think we have one more question from Commissioner.
I'll take one more comment.
McNisk.
I don't think that the focus on the things that aren't happened should take away from all the things that are happening in this design. So I'd like to
Good point.
end us on a note of acknowledging the excellent design that is contained here for the terminal and the the ability to bring in aspects of multiple approaches to, I think, make an improved and better conceptual design for us is, something to celebrate and something to thank the design team and our outreach team for being able to generate a lot of really thoughtful creativity around it. And so I want to end on that note.
Nice. I appreciate that.
So, please, Charles.
On the multimodal, let's not lose sight of the fact that in the task forces, there's two equally weighted task forces. One is for the terminal,
Right.
the other is for multimodal. And it has great leadership and great task force membership. So it's not a second thought. It is, frankly, 50-50 with the terminal is the emphasis on multimodal. So the critics of that need to understand that hasn't been pushed aside ever. It's been equally focused with the terminal.
And I'm going to add one more before the motion. Echoing Kelly's comments, I mean, I think the conceptual package is incredible. The amount of due diligence that clearly took place before the concept phase, that took place when you guys wanted to win this award, is evident in the understanding and what we're trying to solve. The fact that you're 100 pages longer than the Iliad at conceptual design is why I was asking questions about conceptual implementation and lead times. For the public, if they want to read about the GTC, the Ground Transportation Center, it is covered in detail in Section 313. And again, I'm so impressed with the team, the consultants, everyone, both locally and in Portland and in Denver. So thank you for all the work to this point.
Thank you on behalf of the team.
Thank you.
Ditto on that.
Okay, before I make my motion, I'm gonna say one thing that really excites me, and Charles and I, when I met with you, was the ability to be flexible in the future. Rather than have to tear the terminal down in 5 years because we wanted to add something new, planning ahead. And as I explained, we did that with this building here on the 3rd floor. We had a section for square footage if we need be in the future. We didn't have to reconstruct the whole building to add that square footage. And I think architects who think ahead that way are exceptional, thank you. And so that excites me that what we build now we'll be able to build in the future if need be for whatever needs we might have, because it's a changing world as we know out there. So that being said, I would like to make a motion to approve. This is a one reading. We've done public comment. Resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, approving the Aspen-Pitkin County Airport Terminal Modernization ASE Concept and Programming Phase Summary Book. And that's a mouthful. And thank you. I have my new updated book. I'm passing my old one on to who might want to read it in the future.
Do I have a second? And yes, we're supplying Band-Aids to Carter, whoever folded all those pages.
I'll second.
A second by
Thank
Francie.
you.
Any further discussion, comments, criticism, observations?
I've had my say. Thank you so much.
All those in favor?
Aye. Thank you.
Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank
guys.
you.
It'll make a
We'll
difference.
do that to you guys again.
Yeah.
It'll make a difference going back to Washington with unanimous ayes.
Thank you very much.
So Ryan, don't go anywhere though.
Oh, we haven't done it, okay.
Thanks, Charles.
Thank you.
Thank you for the
Get me
little
out of
perspective.
here.
See some of you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Looking forward. So Ryan Mahoney and Diane Jackson, we have a $450,373 spot 48 dollar reimbursable agreement with the DOT.
I'm going to let Diane lead this one.
Thank you, Commissioners. Diane Jackson, Airport Director. We do have a second read in front of you to gain your approval to sign a reimbursable agreement with the FAA. Shifting gears slightly, this is for the runway work in the shift that we will be performing in 27. As we have Kimley Horn doing our design work for the runway, the FAA does require the same type of design work to shift our navies that are required for the runway. This unfortunately is not a bid process. They come back and tell us what they need for design work, and this is a result of that. It will be amended again when we get to the construction phase, but the $450,000 is reimbursable under the grants that are coming. So we do have to pay it up front, but we will get reimbursed for that.
Dan, can you touch on briefly the technical intricacies of everything that's going to have to move with the runway? Because I think the public thinks it's a piece of asphalt, and what they should add to their understanding is the depth of that buildup relative to the gross maximum takeoff weight of the airplane exceeding 150,000 pounds requires a certain buildup that is that sort of that stack of that runway, but there's also all the technology that's moving with it. So it's not a matter of an 80-foot shift of some asphalt. So details would be wonderful. Thank you.
I'm so glad you asked, Chair. Thank you for that. And yes, it is an incredible amount of detail. I was actually just with the FAA this morning, meeting with them and going through. This has been a weekly process in meeting with them and the intricacies. As most people know, our medium intensity approach lighting system, the lights that clearly you see in the evening coming around 82 to the airport, everything is required and it's very precision for the aircraft coming in. So it has to be set up, and ultimately those things we call a flight check. They have to fly and make sure everything is operational. So there is a deep level of planning to make sure that these pieces of equipment are set exactly as needed for the runway. And yes, it seems small to the general public than an 80-foot shift, but everything, even a foot shift, would require the same level of planning to make sure everyone is safe.
Thank you, Diane. Any questions for the director or for Ryan Mahoney? I'm happy to take a motion.
Make the motion.
With public hearing.
I would love to open the public comment, though, and hear from the public about the grant with the FAA, the reimbursable, non-federal reimbursable agreement with the Federal Aviation Administration, DOT. Any online or in the room? Closing public comment. I'm bringing it back to the board. Any further questions or comments for Ryan Mahoney or Diane Jackson? I would love a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution authorizing the chair to sign a non-federal reimbursable agreement with the Department of Transportation, FAA, in the amount of $450,373.48 to perform preliminary planning to assess the impacts of FAA facilities as a result of the runway 1533 reconstruction at the Aspen-Pickens County Airport, Sardi Field.
I can second that.
Excellent. Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous. Thank you. Moving to Human Services. Appreciate it.
Diane was so much quicker than Ryan. Did you notice that?
Ryan, we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much. Thank you. Do we have Norma online or just you?
Don't,
Okay.
no. She got caught in some travel, so she'll not be here today. Just me. It's
Wonderful to
just
see you. Are kiddos healthy?
Did you
Ish.
hear? Did you hear about this?
Parents are super healthy.
Mostly, we might have a parasite. So
Okay.
that's probably TMI for all of you. But
The public is now aware.
Never spoke of my
no,
children
you
that
know.
way.
We will see.
That's all right, I have an anarchist right now, so, you know.
You have to weigh the pros and cons
Yeah.
of each, you know.
Abe, thank you.
Hello, everyone. Lindsay Maish, Director of Human Services. Thank you so much for having me today. This is our second reading of an intergovernmental agreement with Garfield County for training support, which looks to be somewhat potentially paving some alternative ways for the state to be considering some of the districting proposals that you may have heard about recently with human services reform. So we're always ahead of the state. We're a step ahead of them. So this was really, we've started this in the last 6 months with Garfield County. They have been doing in-person training for us. We, after COVID, there was no longer in-person training. There was only virtual state-offered training, whereas pre-COVID, we would send our specialists, technicians, caseworkers to Denver to get in-person. Since then, that had discontinued and they only offered virtual, and we found that there were some really there were some big gaps in the education and training for our staff through that model. So we are working with Garfield County at the rate of around $6,315.73 a person for any new staff coming on board to be able to do in-person training in their rifle facility where they have learning labs and trainers available to them. So this is the second reading of that, and we're just solidifying this so we can continue our business with them. We use, just so you know, the budget impacts for this is that we do use our allocation in the same way when we contracted with with Eagle for CCAP. We just use our allocations to pay for these types of services, so they're covered in that capacity.
Excellent. Questions for Lindsay? So my favorite sentence in your AIS was, as the state continues to refine guidance and implementation, counties may experience increased complexity and evolving requirements for eligibility staff. So I was like, that's a euphemism. Really being polite. Thank you.
Yes.
Unfunded at that.
Yeah.
So thank you.
This is going to continue. I think it's interesting. We started these discussions with Garfield before the before the districting and the human services reform proposals were brought to our attention. So it was just interesting that this happened in tandem with those things. And there is a smaller subgroup of directors right now who are providing alternative concepts to the districting because it is fraught with a lot of questions and concerns. So this will likely be folded into one of the alternatives that's presented to the state offices as it's kind of the way we've always done business in Pitkin because we're so small. We often contract some of our mandated services because we just don't have the volume. So this one's specific to training. We've talked about QA, which is one that the state has talked about as well. And then call center, we already use Prowers County for that concept. So I think there's going to be a lot of opportunities for some new collaboration and connecting with other counties for this kind of stuff.
And are they all in our district?
Oh gosh, what's
Sorry.
our district?
Yeah.
At this point, we've gotten about 4 different proposals for districts. And I honestly today don't know what they are.
Okay.
So there was Eagle was in our district, then they weren't. Garfield was in our district, then they weren't. Summit was in our district, and then they weren't. Yeah. So, and I think there are some concerns with other counties as well that have been chosen to be hubs, the hub counties for the hub and spoke that are not interested.
Right.
And so the state wasn't, I don't know that they were prepared for that. So we'll keep going through the legislative session. They've pushed out the implementation of this till 2027, so I think it gives us a really nice on-ramp for some alternatives.
Excellent. Thank you. Further questions for Lindsay Kelly?
Is there any consideration for how counties' programs adjust in varying economic situations? Like, I guess I'm wondering if it makes sense to like pair counties with more risk with counties that maybe have less risk in sort of service provision that way. I don't know.
Great question. Thank you. Those are a lot of the questions that we've been asking as well, because the districts they haven't fully made sense. In fact, when Eagle was pulled out into Larimer's district, it was kind of like, what does that mean? You know, because that's not even a comparable, we're not even looking at comparable county sizes and economic stature, you know, all of that kind of stuff. There has been some discussion of why, where are the biggest error rates? Where is that happening across the state? Because a lot of the small counties have super low error rates. And so if the error rates are happening in the bigger counties, then should those be paired as a district versus all the small counties now being paired with some of the big? I think we just don't have enough data yet and analysis to truly understand what the impacts of this concept. I don't disagree that something has to be done. We overspend our admin allocation every single year along with almost every other county in Colorado. So I think from a budget perspective, it doesn't make sense to keep going the way we've been going. And it does make sense to make some changes. With that said, we want to do it really intentionally and responsibly. There's just so many variables. So that was the long-winded way of saying, yes, that's one of the things that they've looked at among many other different concepts as well.
So, and for the board, if they're interested, if anyone's interested, CCI has a human services office hour, and it is at 2 p.m. this Friday.
Oh, it changed from noon?
I think they're normally at noon, and
Yeah.
there must have been a conflict. I can double check with Kelly or Kieran. But I'm showing 2 o'clock with 39 counties attending.
It's hard. That I don't know if that's the right one. There were multiple, were multiple invitations out there, and one was the open office hours for lunch, and then there was the actual Kiernan, the steering committee. It's been really hard to track all of these meetings. One of the requests to the state right now is actually to assess all of the meetings that are out there right now, not just for human services directors. If you look at my schedule, I'm about triple or quadruple booked on a daily basis on every hour. So, but also for commissioners, because it's confusing and it's not clear. The other request that is being made is that materials be sent out for these meetings at least a week in advance, because it's hard. It's hard to track what we're even discussing in some of the meetings. So it's just a lot is moving really quickly right now. So it's hard to track the information. I'm a little bit on overload.
Sorry to the public, we got a little off subject, but it's related to the intergovernmental agreement, which is insofar as districting will involve IGAs with multiple counties and hubs and spokes. So please stay tuned. Further questions for Lindsay regarding the IGA with Garfield County?
Not for me.
Do I have a motion? Oh, sorry, we have a public hearing, and we'd love to take public comment. And, please unmute on the workplace in the Zoom.
I don't think I see any public comment for this from this gang.
It only looks like candidates are online for Commissioner District Number 2.
And staff.
Sorry, I should be serious. This is a public hearing. I am closing the public comment, bringing it back to the board for a motion on item number 13, which is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, approving the intergovernmental agreement between the BoCC and the Garfield County Commissioners for eligibility training support.
So moved.
Greg?
I want to correct that. It's Garfield County, not Garfield County Commissioners.
The the ordinance,
I'm just looking at the
Yeah.
title on the AIS. But I would love to have an agreement between the Garfield County
So-
Commissioners.
the agenda item is incorrect, and I will strike that.
Strike the
It is
commissioners.
with Garfield County for eligibility training support, so reading the resolution, not what's on the agenda itself, is correct.
We had a little mix-up on that agenda, item, but we fixed it.
Thank you.
So I had Patty, was that a second?
I'll second.
No problem.
Greg was first,
Was
Patty was
I?
second.
I'm giving
I
you
was
the
going to say
first.
I'll
I'll take
amend.
the second.
Further
Amend as needed.
discussion on Lindsay's resolution. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I just also want to publicly thank Garfield County for their partnership. It has been integral to the work that we do, and we're just so grateful for them, so thank you.
Thank you.
Nice to see that. Yeah.
It's been a week of counties working with counties, neighbors helping neighbors.
1 week of that?
It's been, we spent the weekend with the folks from Routt County
Oh, nice.
who helped support the Buttermilk
Rifting.
IMT, the incident management team.
I love
So,
that.
Yeah,
That's fantastic.
thank you.
We have to band together right now.
Yeah.
Thanks, Lindsay.
Thank you, Lindsay.
Thank you.
So Liz Woods. We promoting lawyers?
Municipal advisors,
Oh,
without whom we cannot survive.
This is skiing. She's on the mountain.
She is far from skiing, and I'm standing in for Liz unless you want to take it away, Liz.
I'm happy to take it away. I'm not in the office. I am heading out on vacation. So tomorrow is going to be my first day of vacation, and I apologize for not being there in person. But we are here today. Oh, I should introduce myself. Sorry, Liz Woods, Finance Director, Treasurer, Public Trustee. Ann is in the room, our CFAO, and we have Robin Moore from Piper Sandler on the line as well. Thank you all. We are here for the second reading of the Solid Waste Center debt issuance. These are going to be the bonds in order to complete the expansion of the Solid Waste Center and the movement of the buildings for that project. We are set, assuming that the board approves, we are set to close on these bonds in February.
excellent. Any questions for staff or Piper Sandler?
Well, I would just add that we've had a couple of developments since the first reading, good ones. And Robin, please chime in. We received our credit rating on these bonds from Standard & Poor's, and it was a AA-, which is considered strong. They cited our strong credit metrics, specifically liquidity and debt service coverage for the Solid Waste Center, and also the county's high income levels just generally property tax and sales tax. So that was excellent news, and thanks to the entire Pitkin County team for working hard on that credit rating. It'll mean that we hopefully will get a much better interest rate and so on from our issuance. So, Robin, I don't know if you have anything to add there.
Yeah, no, congratulations on such a great rating. It was a really good presentation, and Liz, Kara, Ryan, Brian, Tyler, the whole team, everyone was on it, played a big role, and says a lot about the project and the planning, but also on a more global level, the work that you all have done on the commissioner level, and the thoughtfulness and the budget and your conservative practices really rang through to the rating agencies. So congratulations on that. And as Liz and Ann said, we're still moving forward on the schedule and still expect to sell bonds in about 2 weeks.
Excellent. Kara, did you want to add anything?
I would just echo what Robin said as someone stepping into this. I think one of the things that made this really strong in the bond rating is both the leadership from this commission, from this board, and also just the really strong leadership from finance and the solid waste center that is in place. I think Robin hit on it, but I just want to call out and recognize that that leadership and their commitment is really what is setting us up for success with this project.
Excellent. Questions? Did we have some updates to the red herring we're going to make, or the prospectus?
Yeah, Liz might be able to speak about it. There was a couple items in the attachment that were called out, and I believe those edits have been made. And Robin, do you want to speak about those?
Sure. We were still putting the finishing touches on what we call the preliminary official statement, the offering document. That is expected to get posted by the 2nd, I believe. There will also be an advertisement in the local newspaper that gives information about the bonds and directs anyone interested in purchasing them as to where they can go if they don't want to contact their local broker or they don't have someone locally. They're welcome to reach out. The underwriter on this bond issue is Stifel, and they will have the staff ready to answer questions and take orders from bonds from local community members.
Excellent, thank you. I expect a plexiglass tombstone in my inbox, so thank you for that. Old school Wall Street.
Say no more, say no more. And if anyone was wondering, obviously the Fed decision pops up on everyone's news feed. We have not had really any meaningful change in the bond market or the treasury market since we talked last. So we're still crossing our fingers and feeling good about what's to come for your bond issue.
Excellent. Further questions for Robin, Liz, or Ann? This is a public hearing.
Good job.
If you're on the workplace, please raise your hand. If you're in the room, I'm closing the public comment for those in the workplace. I'm bringing it back to the board. Any further discussion? Looking for a motion, which would be, it's a really long one.
I was just going to make a motion to approve.
That would be accepted.
I will second.
Patty, further discussion? All those in favor?
To our finance team,
Yeah.
the multiple bond
Yeah. Thank you for the incredible rating. Thank you for the incredible work and all the due diligence in moving this forward. And I can't believe we're moving forward with solid waste as the first of the year.
The first of the year.
Yeah.
This is the
Kickoff.
practice.
The practice fund.
Will be a lot more complicated, I think, later.
Yeah.
In this case, we like talking trash, right? So this one,
Yeah.
I'm surprised you didn't.
Trash
go with
talk.
that.
Anyone else want to make a solid waste center joke? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to, Liz is making me
you.
cold, though.
Yeah.
She's
I know, you look
Robin,
chilly
thank
there.
you.
and
Oh,
Go roll
I'm
in
in
the
a tank
snow.
top, you guys. It's
Okay.
very warm here.
we're not going to ask where you are. You can tell us when you get back.
Excellent. We
That's
have
the complete
two. Do
opposite
we have
of
Kurt
her
Dahl on
background.
the
Thank you.
workplace? I see candidates. Do I see Kurt?
Kurt was online. There he is. Logan's here.
Kurt's gotten much prettier.
Excellent. Excellent. Logan, thanks for joining us remotely. Kurt, thanks for joining us remotely. We have an emergency resolution of the BoCC approving the Colorado Office of eHealth Innovation, Connected Care for a Rural Colorado Grant Agreement.
Could be.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Sort of.
Okay, thank you. Sometimes it doesn't connect to my headphones. So Logan and I are here today looking for your approval to accept some grant funding that Pickens County Public Health will pass through Community Health Services. It is from the Office of eHealth Innovation. It's a state office that was created by then Governor Hickenlooper about 15 years ago. And their mission is to expand the use of health IT in Colorado through policy and funding innovations or initiatives. Sorry. In this case, Public Health Department applied for the Connected Care for Rural Colorado grant. Sorry, I'm still over my words here. On behalf of CHS, because this grant is set for local government agencies, or such as local public health departments and like fire departments. And as a reminder, CHS is really the clinical arm of Pickett County Public Health, and they function in a number of clinical services for us, like family planning, immunizations, and case investigations with diseases as needed. So we intend to serve, Pickett County Public Health intends to serve as the fiscal agent, and then CHS will provide the deliverables for the grant. The grant itself is for, sorry, just pulling up.
$21,974.
Here.
With no sense.
Pardon?
$21,974.
It's for $21,974, and the intent is to be used in a rural county for things like establishing access to health information exchanges, updating electronic health records, taking and digitizing paper records. So that was the intent, and then I can turn it over to Logan to actually talk about what CHS is doing in terms of utilizing the grant.
Thanks, Kurt, and good afternoon, Board of County Commissioners. This is Logan Hood from Community Health. Yeah, this is a great opportunity for the clinic to modernize some of our IT infrastructure and to improve access coordination for our patients. So essentially, it's a portal that, like modernized systems, for example, in hospitals, can communicate with their patients. They can share labs. They can immediately send in a prescription. It's really a way to benefit our patients who many face barriers to care such as this. So it would improve transparency, it would reduce administrative burden, it would increase engagement and communication with our patients, but it also integrates with what's moved into now a state health exchange record, which was called QHN, Quality Health Network. Now it's called Contexture. So we're able to actually integrate and communicate with other providers. So we're a care coordinated team for our patients. It's even available to really in real time directly communicate with providers here at Community Health, as well as provide updated health information for patients, such as testing results, labs, things like that. And it really, the long-term purpose of this project is to enhance our patient care, operational efficiency, and long-term sustainability by implementing and modernizing our health systems. We've just been behind the 8 ball in this because this costs money, and so this opportunity was great to partner with public health to really increase our capacity for technology and things like that, kind of in modernized days, as you might see in a hospital system. So this is going to be a great benefit for the clinic.
Excellent. Questions for Logan or Kurt? Or Kurt, did you have follow-up?
I just have one follow-up, thank you. The reason this is an emergency resolution is because we were notified of the award in November, and then in coordinating with the State Department and our process, it's taken this long to get here, and we already have deliverables that are due here in the next week. So, and then the grant itself is it's less than 6 months long. It will end June 15th. So it's very quick in terms of a turnaround. So that was the reasoning behind an emergency resolution.
So Kurt and Logan, the question then is, given the limited funding and then the scope in Exhibit A, are you guaranteeing that $21,000 is sufficient to provide the work that's outlined by the state?
Yeah, I can answer that. Definitely. So really the funds are being used to create the integration within our electronic health record and make all this connected. Beyond that, it's really that startup cost for us to meet those deliverables. So yeah, it's exactly, some of it's going to cover some training as well for staff. So I accounted for all of that in the grant, and we should be fine. Yeah.
Wonderful, thank you for that. So the question in front of the board is, accept the grant funding and schedule for second reading, but shall the board accept the grant funding from OEHI?
When is confirmatory?
Confirmatory second reading is on February 11th.
I'll make a motion to approve this emergency resolution approving Colorado Office of Health, e-Health Innovation Connected Care for Rural Colorado grant.
Do I have a second for
I'll second, but I
OEHI?
do have a question.
Francie with a question in a second.
So will the program continue after June and we'll pay for it, or will we reapply for another grant, or what's next?
I'm happy to answer that. Thank you. It will, one of the features is that this will, for those with insurance, it will actually help us collect payments. Right now, we're sending out billing statements for that, the difference between what insurance will cover and what the patient might owe if they are insured, which is a small amount of our patients, but it still will help pay for this going forward. And so ultimately, having these setup costs will get us there, so that this portal not only connects with all the providers and all the benefits I mentioned earlier, but it has a payment structure so people can pay on time. There might be a copay or things like that, which then connects directly with our account, our bank account. So that's what we hope. This is really just to get us started, and then we can go from there.
Great, thank you.
Further questions for Kurt or Logan? We're good. So we've got a motion, a second. Do I have to take public comment on an emergency? No.
Nope.
No,
Don't think so.
Excellent. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
We're unanimous. Thank you so
Thanks,
much
Kurt.
for your time.
Thanks, Logan.
Thank you very much. And thanks, Logan, for staying on.
Thanks, Kurt.
Thank you. Can we promote Jody Smith? So I think next up we have Jody Smith, Susanna Reed, Nicole Rebeck Stout, and possibly Hallie Miller.
Is it Hallie or is it Haley?
Is it Hallie or Haley? Hallie?
Yes. Yes, I want you all to meet Hallie Miller. Some of you have already met.
Your first time? No.
It's my first time. And, she's been with us almost a year, and she's been a great addition to the team.
Well,
Welcome.
to the table.
Thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here.
Take it easy on her, Jeffrey.
That's all right.
I will admit, any land use proposal that's 50 pages or less, we should just vote yes.
Good.
Incredible.
Congrats.
Then we are
You should be rewarded for your brevity.
okay, let me just get this.
And thank you for bringing this back.
No problem. Yeah. Thank you to Susanna
changed
and
his
Jody too.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Excited.
Quick introductions, no introductions needed.
Oh, that was the extent of my introduction.
All right.
Yeah. You can go ahead and introduce them.
Lime Kilns, you're up.
All right. I have a presentation to share. I don't know if I can get.
And congratulations on your anniversary at 1 year.
Well, I think it's coming up in
April, I think,
yeah.
yeah.
I have a little almost a year.
You can
Almost.
come back in April too.
Okay, great.
Actually, she'll be here in March with Emma Fields.
Cool.
Oh yeah.
Them
Fun
again.
in store for Hallie. Hopefully this one is fun today. Okay.
It's always interesting what you give the new candidates, lime kilns and distilleries.
Well, this is Leslie's workload. Just handed it over.
Yeah, the Emma Fields for sure. Yeah.
We're gonna use quicklime to make vodka now. I read your packet.
That should cut down on the surplus population.
Your stuff is so good to read.
There we go. Okay.
Coke ovens.
Okay.
Lime kilns.
Well,
Lime kilns and
thank
coke
you
ovens
for
today.
having me. Should I wait for Francie?
Very
or-
difficult to hear
Oh.
Hallie if she's talking yet.
Let's see.
It's red lights
Yeah,
on.
just you'll have to project a little
Got
bit.
it. Okay. I can also move it a little closer. Can everyone hear me?
See, that mic goes to grassroots. You just need to yell at us.
You just have to yell at you guys. Okay. Okay. Well, thank you for having me. I am presenting the Thomasville Lime Kilns Historic Designation request today. I have with me Susanna Reed, who is the applicant representative, but also the Historic Preservation Officer for Pitkin County. And Jody Grady is on the line as our applicant, representing Pitkin County assets. So just a little organization for the presentation today. I'm going to give you all a general overview of the property, background, and the review type. And then I'm going to be talking through the code compliance as well as referral comments and our recommendation. And then Susanna Reed will follow up about clarification about historical value and context. And then I'll hand it back over to you all. So first, just wanted to put a little context map together to show you where this parcel is. The Thomasville Lime Kilns are located up the Frying Pan Valley from Root Eye Reservoir and Meredith. There they are. And they're located at TBD, Frying Pan Road. They are owned by Pitkin County, and I have to add to the public record a quitclaim deed as proof of ownership. This is split zoning, so residential, AR2 as well as RS30, and it is located in the Frying Pan Valley Overlay District. So the review type, as we were saying, is historic designation to the Pitkin County designation to the Pitkin County Historic Register, and pursuant to Table 2-1 in the Land Use Code, this is something that the Board of County Commissioners reviews, which is why we are here today. So a little bit of background information. We do not have prior records on this parcel. However, the subject, we do have background information I'm going to share. So the subject property is currently developed with 2 lime kilns that were constructed originally in 1888. And then in 2006, there was repair work conducted through a CDOT grant because it is located right off the side of the Frying Pan Road. And now we're going to go into code compliance. Sorry, got a little lost. Okay. So these are the 3 sections of land use code that we looked at in reviewing compliance. So the first one I'm not really going to get into, but it's a 1-step review procedure. Criteria for approval, designation to or removal from historic register, and grant of optional incentives is what we're looking at today. And the applicant is looking for designation with no optional incentives. We will be diving a little deeper into Chapter 7, Historic Preservation, criteria for designation to the Historic Register, as well as compliance with the Frying Pan Valley Overlay. Okay. So I just wanted to go over a couple of general eligibility standards. So properties are able to be eligible for designation to the Historic Register if they can be individual sites or structures or a collection of sites and structures. These are a collection of sites and structures. Historic properties must meet the criteria and have the minimum level of documentation for listing on the Pitkin County Historic Inventory, which we do through the application. And to initiate the designation process, a set of findings must be prepared documenting the higher level of significance for the historic resources, which hopefully we are providing you today. The following slides dig a little deeper into the details of criteria of approval. I did provide all of them in the memo, but I'm only going to talk through the ones that are applicable in this case. So, okay. So first up, historical themes. These are from the historic themes listed in the Land Use Code. So the ones that apply in this case are mining and railroads. And yes, here is a picture of just a diagram of a lime kiln if you are interested in what that looks like. So lime kilns produced quicklime, which had many uses, including construction, agriculture, and processing of ores. And these particular lime kilns were built out of local materials, and they helped establish the communities of Calcium and Thomasville. The railway was where Frying Pan Road currently is. And so the railway was able to connect the lime kilns to the rest of the Roaring Fork Valley as well as the state of Colorado. Some other criteria that I thought was kind of similar but a little bit different, so I'm grouping them together, is how this property is exemplary, and also the singularity in nature of this property. So this is not our lime kilns, but I will get to that. No, I know. So the Thomasville lime kilns are significant examples of early industrial processes locally, as well as contributing to larger economic development in the state of Colorado. They are the only lime kilns in Pickens County. We have other kilns, not lime kilns. They are among only a handful of lime kilns of this size in the state of Colorado. The 2001 listing of the Thomasville lime kilns on Colorado's most endangered places list described the kilns as the most intact lime kilns found to date in Colorado. And this one pictured is the Rose lime kiln, which was it was described as the most elaborate kiln near Lake City, Colorado, was actually destroyed in 2019 by an avalanche. So it is no longer, but I thought it was good to have for just comparison. Level of integrity, we're looking at the structures themselves as well as the setting. So the structures themselves are relatively intact. The setting has changed as the road has replaced the railroad. There was a third lime kiln that exploded in the 1920s and was not reconstructed. And there has been some vegetation clearing as well as repairs for cracking and stabilization that were done in 2006. And the last criteria is visual prominence. The Thomasville lime kilns are located adjacent to Frying Pan Road, which is a scenic byway. And they are highly visible from the road as well as adjacent parcels. And I would argue that that is part of the scenic byway. And so sort of to add on to that, the Frying Pan Valley overlay, and I'm going to read this directly from the code. The Frying Pan Valley Overlay Zone District is intended to implement the recommendations of the Upper Frying Pan Valley Master Plan. The theme of the master plan is the preservation of rural and recreational nature of the Frying Pan Valley, while at the same time sustaining the viability of its unique community. And it seems that the Thomasville lime kilns would fit into this preservation of the rural character of the Frying Pan Valley, as well as sustaining the viability of its unique community. And to sort of further that point, the Frying Pan Valley Caucus added their support for the designation, for the historic designation, sharing that the Thomasville lime kilns, and I'm going to quote them here as well, are an irreplaceable part of the Frying Pan Valley's culture and industrial heritage, and their preservation is essential to maintaining the historical character of our community. We also received comments, received comment back from Pickens County Zoning, which included no actual comment, but further referred this to Pickens County Building, citing a comment made in the application that a building permit would not be required for any future restoration work on this. While we are not evaluating restoration work today, I just thought I would include that Pickens County Building did state that once the designation is established and restoration work is occurring, they would want this to come in for a building permit, just to catalog the restoration work. Roaring Fork Fire approved the application, and we have not received any public comment. And so our recommendation is that the Board of County Commissioners approve the historic designation of the Thomasville lime kilns to the Pickens County Historic Register. And now I hand it off to you.
Sure. Can I ask a quick question?
Please.
As far as the building department, I kind of went back and forth. You do need a permit, you don't, you do, you don't. Did we have to have one for the Redstone coke ovens? Did we? I don't think we had a building permit. So I'm wondering if we can look into that further, because I don't know if there's, I mean, that's just for clarification. I think there may be more structural issues here than at Redstone, but I'd like to know why Redstone didn't and this one does. Just, so could we maybe, somebody follow up on that if it's okay with the board?
Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, we did apply for a permit when we did the Emma Store buildings.
Right, but
Even
I'm
though
talking
they're
oven to
not
kiln,
habitable,
kiln
you know, it's kind of just a procedural thing.
Yeah, but he also asked for some other kind of a design professional involved.
Okay.
Is that you? Okay. I'm okay if it's you. I just didn't want us to have to go out and.
One of the other hats.
Okay. Yeah. So if you guys are comfortable with that, then I'm okay with it. I just was a little confused when I.
We also have JVA is our engineering partner on this, so they would count as that as well.
Okay. Okay. So we're good.
Yeah, and I'll just give you a little background. As I know we've been here and talked about these kilns several times before. We are in the process of kind of putting ourselves in the position to be able to apply for grants to perform the stabilization and repairs that we've kind of had in the works for the last year and a half. So this is kind of the first step, is getting the local designation done so that we are eligible for those state funds. The next step's going to be making sure that our current repair proposal is consistent with what the state is looking for in terms of appropriate preservation solution. So once we get this designation, we'll move on to that step pretty quickly, with the idea that we can actually apply for funds with this April grant round, which would give us time enough, you know, to perform the work before the end of the year or before winter next year. So that's the goal, and that's pretty much the reason why we're here today. They aren't otherwise designated, and the National Register designation, which they would be eligible for, is just a much more time-consuming process. So happy to answer any other questions you might
Could
have.
we go for national at some point, or?
I think we should.
I think we should too.
I didn't want to hang us up in terms of getting the physical work done.
I was reading the letter and the dates from 2024.
Yeah.
So if we can, I don't know if the board supports that, but I think it gives us more opportunities for finding funding, plus I think it's appropriate here.
Mm-hmm.
You'll be glad to know I have no comments.
Come on, you can come up with something.
No, I'm all good.
The other thing, Jeffrey, that for those who haven't yet read Susanna's history, it's fascinating and it's so well written. I forgot about the town of Calcium. I'm like, what is there? Are they talking about there's a town there, so it's really a good read. So.
Thanks.
I highly recommended it to be on the bestseller list. Jeffrey.
Reed's good read.
Yeah.
Yeah, she does, well written.
My new brand.
Thank you.
I have a dotting I question. Why wouldn't this be zoned RSG? So I think you said it's AR2 and RS30. Why wouldn't this have been rezoned?
Government?
It's just a cleanup, yeah. If it's government owned, why wouldn't we just have it as an RSG?
Yeah, I am not familiar.
Zoned it industrial.
The short answer is it should be.
Okay.
Would we want to rezone it?
For this yeah, well, I mean, for this property, subject to the historic designation, I don't think it particularly matters. But
right.
Yes, it would be included into our overall
something to think
rezoning of
about.
government property.
Yeah, it's just sorry about a GIS question.
There's people living in it, so it's.
Added to the list of lots of things that should be rezoned
Yeah.
in the county. I think a thorough review of that would be an interesting exercise.
I have a running list.
I would add this to it, but I think someone lives in it, so it's residential, Jeffrey.
Yeah.
Somebody has their hand up, just wondering if.
So, Bill's iPhone, do you have a comment to make?
And who is Bill's iPhone? It is a public hearing, so.
I'm opening to public comment. If Bill's iPhone.
Can you hear me?
We can, Bill.
Okay, I'm just going to say I wholehearted support Ms. Miller's efforts in doing this. We have, we have the property that completely surrounds the lime kilns, and we're very appreciative of y'all taking this opportunity to move this project forward for a historical designation.
Thanks so much for your comments and calling in. I appreciate it. We appreciate it. Yeah, Bill, do you have your surname?
Can you hear me again?
Yeah.
Okay, my surname, William W. Ruth, and then the property surrounding the lime kilns is Wesleyan Corporation.
Oh, it's on the list of.
Of 300 feet, thank you.
Neighboring
I
properties.
saw Stanley was in there. Yeah. Thank you for joining us, thank you. Any other further?
You bet.
Any other further public comments? Any further closing public comments? Any further board comments? Or questions?
Sure. I haven't been up there in a while. My biggest concern about them is that they'll collapse on someone, or you know, and I know they've been stabilized, or perhaps they're going to need stabilization, which becomes a maintenance. And they'll require maintenance, and so there'll be a budget associated with making sure they're stable and safe and secure and don't fall on anybody.
Right.
And so I understand that there are actually groups of people who go out and look at lime kilns, and people will drive to Thomasville to look at them, which is great. I understand that. But I just want to make sure we understand that it's not just one and done. We're going to be coming back to this on occasion to, prop them up or do what has to be done. It'd be nice to actually put them into service somehow. We could put a pizza joint up there, you know.
Perfect.
Good calcium intake.
So when we did the stabilization in 2006, we did a very kind of traditional, just stabilizing, rebuilding the top portions of the kilns. They're not going to collapse in entirety because they're essentially solid stone. The issue is the stones at the very top.
Caps.
The mortar gets washed out, and so they become loose, and that's an increasing issue. And even since we looked last summer, it has deteriorated further. The design that we came up with JVA is sort of intended to eliminate part of that kind of constant deterioration. So if we're allowed to, if the state finds that it's consistent with their goals, we can, the program that we have will actually anchor those top stones to the top, physically anchor them so that the washout of the mortar won't cause them to dislodge, and to put a concrete cap on the whole thing. So that hopefully will minimize the amount of maintenance going forward. It'll be quite a different solution from what we did in 2006.
Great, thank you.
Good question, though.
Further questions for staff? Or the applicant?
Oh,
Mr.
you have a
Neely.
question?
I just need to correct something for the record. The zoning action to rezone certain property in Pickens County to RSG did not apply to county-owned property or property owned by other local governmental entities. So just wanted to correct that. Suzanne actually corrected me. So.
She's spying.
She's
spying.
omnipresent.
I didn't even see her any. How'd she get us?
Thank you for that clarification. Ms. Grady?
Thank you. Yeah, and I think the only other maintenance that I feel like we're going to be minimizing is that because of the mortar and the debris that gets caught on top, we're growing some trees and vegetation. So I think that concrete cap will correct that or minimize us having to go up there. And what I note is that last year we did have to send up a crew. They took about 3 hours and they cleared all the vegetation 4 to 8 feet around the kilns, which keeps the root systems from going in between the stones and tearing them apart. So, you know, it's fairly minimal. We're hoping. But, and, you know, I think it lasted 20 plus years, so not so bad. And because we're doing it now, we're only going down a few feet and not like halfway like we did in 2006.
Excellent. Thank you for the clarification. Anything further? I have a motion from,
Oh, I was gonna say, who made a motion? I'll make a motion. This is one read, right?
Correct.
And we did close the public hearing, so I'll make a
gotta
motion.
make one more pun.
What? Want a motion or not?
Yes, please.
Okay, give me the opportunity to make a motion to approve the Thomasville Lime Kilns designation to the Pickens County Historic Register. And thank you, great job.
Second.
Any further discussion? Any further reading?
This stuff's good.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, you guys.
Thank you. And Hallie, congratulations.
Thank you.
Welcome to
Good
come
job.
back before us anytime.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's nice to be here.
Thank you, Nicole.
Thank you. And thanks
So-
to Suzanne wherever you are, right?
Always present.
So we have one more item on this afternoon's agenda. It is open discussion.
And then there's an exec, isn't there?
I did. I want to talk about the, apparently, the proposal or something that we approved with with Public Works, I don't know when, a couple of years ago. Brian told me on the phone the other day that we okayed a charge of $1 a minute if you're at an EV parking space and your car is fully charged, so you have a parking fee of $1 a minute. So when I was at the Transportation Coalition the other day, I parked my car at Public Works because it's not receiving charges well. I thought it would take a few hours. When I came back to my car, it said $226. So I called Brian, who didn't really own it very much, and he referred me to ChargePoint, even though the county gets the money. So I called ChargePoint, and they very graciously refunded my money, but I have to go get my car looked at, obviously, because it had told the charger to stop charging after 15 minutes. I don't know why. Brian thought maybe it was, or no, I guess ChargePoint thought maybe it was a software update that my car was doing. I don't know what the heck it was, but anyway. So that's why I've been in and out so much today and so nervous about how long my car is parked. Because $1 a minute, if you're not paying attention, adds up to $60 in an hour. So it used to be governments would go out of their way to help EV vehicles. You'd get free charging, SALT, all these perks that you would get. Well, now it's punitive. There's nothing else to say about $1 a minute other than that it's punitive. So you can't walk away from your car. You have to sit in your car so that you're watching every minute. And I think we should rethink this $1 a minute charge. And I understand you can't park in a place all day because somebody else might want to use the charger. But when I was at Public Works the other day, there were no other cars charging. And so I just think it's a little out of control, and I'd like us to think about rescinding that fee and making it, I don't know, $10 an hour or something reasonable. Because if you work in Aspen and you need to charge your car, it just makes you a nervous wreck. So that's what happened to me today. Sorry I came and went, but.
Because your issue today was with parking in the city that also charges the $1 a minute.
They charge a lot. It might be $1 a minute.
I think it is $1 a minute.
Because before I've had an $80 charge on the charger over by the art museum that used to not have a fee if you stayed there too long. And then one day I parked there and got,
the city,
one was 62 and one was 80. I mean, it's really crazy.
The city recently changed that.
Yeah, so anyway, that's
Not
what I would
too
like us to
recently.
do at some point, if we could talk about it at a meeting at some time.
Further comments?
No, I just want to add to that. Really, there's a fix for that. Clearly, there's something wrong with the way your car is set, because one, the car should tell you when it's done.
And no, it's not
So you
talking to
don't
my
have to be
phone.
Yeah, so.
It's not, I'm going to
I think it's a
Subaru. I have an
technical problem,
appointment next Wednesday at Subaru.
And so. it's
But it
communication
still
with
is
the charger.
punitive.
Once it's working, it shouldn't be a problem, but there is a strong disincentive not to leave your car, because there's nothing worse than arriving at a charger that's full of cars and none of them are charging.
Well, that's true.
So
I agree.
there's that side of it, yeah.
I agree with that. I'm getting rid of my car. I'm done. Because I
Really?
can't charge up Valley.
Yeah, that's
So
too
I
bad.
can't, and I can't charge very well at home because we only have 200 amps on our property. So I can't designate 100 amps for a level 2 charger at my house. So I have a slow charger at my house and it's not working, which is really too bad. But I just still think it's overly extreme.
It's expensive, yeah, it does seem really expensive.
Do you know what they do at Park DIA in Denver at the airport?
No.
For electric vehicles? They have a service where you can plug your car, and when it's done, you leave your keys and they move your car.
Oh.
And then they have a lockbox and they send you the
That's
number of
nice.
your lockbox.
Yeah.
works, yeah.
The other
There are ways
thing,
to work
if,
But I'd love
even
to
if
see
you're
the
watching
city
your
have
phone
that.
though, and you're at a meeting, like when I'm at CMC, I'm half a mile away from my car, right, walking. You have to walk there and move it.
You have to
at
run.
the exact moment when you get the notice.
There are charges right in front of CMC also, for the record.
Oh, good to know.
Yeah.
Any
They
further,
charge $2 an hour more.
I'll charge my gas car there next.
any further open discussion?
Yes. We received an email that I guess went to the entire county, or maybe the community, with a flyer in it regarding holiday lights. Mariah sent it out, and just reminding Pitkin County residents that residential holiday winter lighting needs to be shut off by January 30th. So if you've got bright Christmas tree lights out in front or whatever you put up, because we are a dark sky, trying to protect our dark skies, January 30th is the cutoff for that. And there's a brochure. I'm going to get a couple printed and put them up around my neighborhood.
They need to go across McLean Flats.
We took
They
ours
are
down last
obscene.
Yeah, it's like landing lights. Somebody's going to land an airplane.
know.
outside.
Further,
That's
further
all I've
open
got.
discussion?
was so fun to come.
Ice Jam has been released.
Motion to.
Wait. I'm gonna do a public service announcement real quick.
But we're
There's
back
an
to-
ice jam that just got released in the basalt eligible area. We're in Fork River.
What'd you
That's the
say?
only ice
What?
jam we're worried
Ice
about.
jam release.
Oh,
Was there an exec
think-
session? A motion to go into
Motion
exec?
to adjourn to go into exec? Or you have the language
We
for
would
us?
make a motion to adjourn, but it would be necessary for somebody to make a motion to go into executive session. I'm happy to read a proposed item, if that's okay with the board.
Please.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Should we adjourn before we make the motion?
No, you need to keep the,
We gotta stay
you
open.
gotta keep the meeting going and then make a motion to.
I'll make a motion to convene as for executive session for the purposes of
Cozen O'Connell Public Strategies Contract Discussion with Counsel for the purpose of receiving legal advice pursuant to CRS 246402-4B.
Second,
That's great. Who was the first?
Patty.
me.
Patty.
Awesome. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Can we
Um,
stay here?
Yeah, can we stay here?
Only if we throw these guys out.
To the public,
Hi, gets it.
we are adjourned and we are in executive session. Thank you.